All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, good morning. It's a pleasant day right here in number city, Bengaluru, and there's no better way to start the day with a round of applause. And welcome to the 8th edition of the Higher Education Summit. Could we have everybody a loud and clear sound? Clap it out loud. And good morning. How are we feeling today? Good? All those who are feeling good, give me a shout out. Okay, all those who are feeling extremely good, give me a shout out. Lovely. All those who are feeling okay, give me a shout out. Okay. Very few frustrated people in the house, but we'll try and make sure that we have a great day right here. Of course, we're celebrating the 8th edition of the Higher Education Summit right here. Before we get started, in the ancient times when we had the Gurukul, a guru would talk to a student. If you'd come in, he would not ask for his marks or which stream he or she wants to get him. The first question the guru would ask a student is, what is it that you seek? Education, time and over, it's never been about filling minds. It's about igniting minds, and we celebrate that right here at the 8th edition of the Higher Education Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to today's amazing day of education, speakers, educators, and all the sessions. Can we have a big shout out and a big round of applause for yourself for being present here today? So before I get started, just a quick icebreaker or a small teaser to begin with. If I could just ask all of you on a notepad or within your mind or anywhere, if you can just write it down or shout it out to me and say, if you had to describe what future of education is to you in one word, what would that be? You have about 10 to 15 seconds. A small thought before we get started. If you could just think about it, what do you think, or a word that could describe the future of education to you means, or it would be? We have about 10, 15 seconds, and then we'll just like have a couple of answers from the tables. 10, 9, 8, one word or two word at the max. If you had to describe the future of education in a word or two, what would that be? Do we have any answers? Yes, sir. Adaptation, fantastic. And I think we should clap for every answer. Yes? Yes, ma'am.
The destination.
Journey, not a destination. Fantastic thought. Yes, sir. Digital and AI. Okay, superb. Innovation, knowledge, potential. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Learning and relearning.
Continuous learning and relearning. Wow, fantastic. I said we need to clap for everyone who gives an answer. Yes, sir, we have somebody at the back. What do you have to say? Okay, he's got a paragraph written there. Lovely. So the future is exploration, asking questions daily, at least 100. That's being specific. Can we have a huge round of applause? Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Challenging.
Challenging. All right. Any more in the house? Sustainability, technology, self-learning. Okay, relearning, self-learning. Lovely. Can we have a bigger round of applause for all those who answered? I'm sure there are a lot more in your minds. That's the power of perspective, right? That is one summit, so many visions, but marching towards one goal, that's transformation. And we've got all the leaders, pioneers, educators in the house, industry experts, who are the flag bearers, who will be the testament towards the higher education summit right here. A huge round of applause to one and all present here one more time. Good morning and welcome again. As we all know, higher education plays a critical role in growth of a country. With rapid advancements in technology, shifts in global labor markets, and increasing demand for inclusive education, institutions must adapt to remain relevant and impactful. BW Higher Education Summit aims to bring together key stakeholders, including educators, policymakers, researchers, industry leaders, to discuss challenges and opportunities in higher education. And BW Education is a platform to explore the latest innovation ideas that can transform the lives of students, educators, and the industry altogether. And now I request the team to play the AV Please, which gives us a sneak peek into the world of BW education. We have a big shout out to BW Education. As we know, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batrasa, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has got 24, as mentioned, B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself completely known about all the development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazine. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight the exciting offers for the attendees right here of this particular event. The latest issue of BW Business World Spotlight India's high growth building material sector, led by the cover story on Century Plyboards and its bold ambition to triple revenue by FY 2031. For engineered wood to cement, steel, and ceramics, this issue explores the company shaping a smarter and design forward India. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also www.bweducation.com. Request everybody to check that and also do share. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share their learnings from day by using the hashtag BW Higher Education Summit. And now I request the team, before we move forward, to have the event AV, please. That once again officially welcome you all to the 8th edition of Higher Education Summit right here in Bangalore. And this is the time we clap one more time together. And keep clapping, as we would like to thank our partners without whom this would not be possible. Our presenting partner, a big shout out to ICFI University, powered by TAPI Management Institute, Manipal. A big shout out to our education partner, ABBS, that's Acharya Bangalore Business School, and our knowledge partner, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, supporting partner, Government of Karnataka. And also, please join us in thanking our event partners, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanly, IWM Buzz, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, Impact, and Pitch. Could we have a big round of applause to all our presenting partners and event partners? Now, before I introduce the first gentleman right here at the opening ceremony, before we get started, it's not just the speakers or the panelists or the moderators who are going to be the co-authors. Every single listener right here is going to be the co-author of the 8th edition of Higher Education Summit. We want everyone to be a part and parcel of the day. On that note, with the biggest round of applause this morning, come on everybody, a huge round of applause, not for the summit, not for the person coming on stage, but for yourself. We're here at the Education Summit. Here's a small anecdote about clapping. Clapping is not only for the people come on stage, it's for ourselves. When you clap, there's something called as endorphin that gets released into our body, which is the most amazing natural mood booster. If you have a mild headache, you're feeling a little low, clap for 20 seconds non-stop with a continuous beat. You will see how your body will react. It'll re-energize. So let's get that started. Come on, clap it out loud. Clap, 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 clap. And there we go. On that note, let's have the advisor to BW Retail World, Mr. Ved Shukla, for the opening ceremony with a big round of applause. Come on, everybody. One more time. right here at the Higher Education Summit. Over to you, Sir.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Good morning. Thank you, RJ Amar Prabhu, for bringing so much of energy into the room. We are having a message from Dr. Anurag Batra, which would be played here very soon after I welcome you all. So it's my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the 8th edition of Higher Education Summit. BW Education has been bringing it for so many years with all your support. And I'm so honored to be in the august company of the stalwarts of education today. You all, thank you for coming. Uh, Today we are going to talk a lot about the challenges and opportunities in the higher education domain. I mean, instigated by the rapid advancement of technology and disruptive innovation which is happening. And we have very robust panel and panelists where we discuss reinventing higher education, ethical dilemmas in the age of AI, rethinking MBA education, and aligning academia and industry amidst the deep tech innovations happening around in the globe and in the professional domain. So quickly, what is happening is that somebody mentioned that Google made us stop learning, remembering, right? And it's been very early stage of AI, and I think AI is wanting us not to think, right? So in this era of generative AI, higher education takes a new meaning where, the human problem solving, emotional intelligence, communication and collaboration needs to be inculcated in the students. And of course, encouraging creativity and innovation, design thinking, and entrepreneurship. Because, the uh, information, knowledge, and thinking is available to everyone now. So the human-centric skills would be more. And apart from that, the interdisciplinary uh, education would be required where the STEM fields and the arts and humanities need to come together. I mean, everybody needs to have interdisciplinary skills in the age of robotics, AI, and the machines. So future of higher education is very, very interesting, and I'm sure these stalwarts sitting here are doing their bit and keeping up with the pace of the disruptive technological advancements. And today it would be uh, again a day of idea sharing, learning, and taking away some food for thought. Of course, a lot of collaborations and networking and meeting each other and sharing knowledge would happen. Uh, Again, it's my extreme honor and privilege to have all of you here. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ved Shukla there. And before we get started and introduce the next speaker to join us, we have a video from Dr. Anurag Batra sir, who couldn't be here with us. Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media. He sends his wishes and message coming up on your screen right now.
Good morning. Thank you for making time and being at a BW Business World and BW Education event. This is the BW Education Higher Education Summit. Thank you, Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Thank you, Mr. Rishikesh Krishnan. Thank you to all the speakers who have made time to be here. You're really visionaries and stalwarts in the education and the higher education landscape. BW Education has been around for 8+ years, and it's brought the whole community together. Today, higher education is seeing changes. Technology has become very important part of the education, and I'm not talking just pedagogy. The beauty is, 4 years back, during COVID, we were talking of hybrid, but the traditional classroom education, where you can interact with the faculty, where you can have a experience of real education, is fully back, is become even more valuable. Higher education, because of the changes in the world, changes in the business environment, the rise of Gen AI, and hence a lot of tasks getting automated. The nature of jobs is changing. Hence, the nature of learning and the nature of education has to change. A lot of you in the room are making that change possible. So, my congratulations to you. I'm sure today's day is going to be a day of new ideas. You will share what you are doing, and I'm sure you'll be able to collaborate with each other through the BW Education platform. I'm not there physically in Bangalore, but Ms. Priya Sraf and Mr. Ved Shukla are there. So all the best, and I'll see you soon.
All right. We assure you it's not an AI video. It's actually recorded. Yeah, there's a mismatch between the lip sync. That's just because of technical difficulty. But can we have a round of applause to the gentleman for all those wishes and setting the tone for the day? And now to take it forward with the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an absolute pleasure and privilege to invite the next speaker. We want the biggest round of applause. We have the Secretary General, Association of Indian University. Come on, put your hands together. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal in the house. We request you to please join us on stage to share a few words. Can we have a big round of applause? That's why she's not coming on stage, because you're not clapping enough. Absolute honor and pleasure to have you right here with us. Good morning, and we would like to take it forward with a few words to the audience.
A very good morning to all of you. I was just complimenting him that he speaks so well that everybody looks small after him, isn't it? So a very good morning to all of you, and thanks to Business World, especially Priya Saraf, who is always instrumental in bringing me here. She's after me day and night that I must come. So thank you, Priya, for ensuring that I am here. I'm Secretary General with Association of Indian Universities. For those who do not know Association of Indian Universities, this is the biggest university association in the world. We have more than 1,000 universities as our members, and we are into academics, research, sports, culture, internationalization, because we believe in the holistic development of the students. Therefore, we do something like 200 sporting events. So many of your university students must be participating. We have around 15 cultural events every year, starting from zonal, national till international level. We do a lot of internationalization. So those of you who are interested in internationalization, do become a member of our network called Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. This is the only Indian network which is working in the field of internationalization, INIHE. The membership is absolutely free. Anybody, whether it is an institution or an individual, teacher, student, anybody can become a member and take the benefit of INHE. We call it Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. So, and this year we are celebrating our centenary year. We are 100 years old this year. And so this is it. And then another statement that in these 100 years, I am the second woman secretary general. So 100 years, and the earlier one was also sent back earlier only before she finished her term, maybe in a 2 or 2.5 years. And this is my 6th year running, so I consider it as an achievement for me. Coming to higher education, we were talking about future of education. He was talking about, in one word, what is the future of higher education? And many good answers came out. Innovation, it was learning, relearning. Relearning is very, very important. But my opinion, in one word, if you want to know what is future of education, I will say it is uncertain. I mean, the technology is changing things so fast. We are really uncertain the way the curriculum is being changed. Sometimes we used to say that we have to prepare the students for the future. Right now, future is not known, how to prepare the students for the future. So it is so uncertain how things will happen in future. We really don't know. We have a national education policy which is very, very student centric. A lot of flexibility, autonomy, and freedom has been given to the students. We have schemes like, say, multiple entry, multiple exit. We have multidisciplinarity. We have the most innovative scheme called ABC. Do you know about ABC? But do you know what it is? Because this is the most innovative but the most misunderstood scheme of the national education policy. So if the universities are here, my urge would be implement NEP in letter and spirit, and for that implement ABC in letter and spirit. So in a layman's language, what is ABC? It is the academic bank of credit. And what do you mean by academic bank of credit? Like we have a bank, commercial bank, in which you deposit money. This is also a bank for the students, in which instead of money we deposit credits. And how do you earn credits? You can do courses from different universities. Every course has a credit assigned to it. Some courses are 3 credit, 4 credit, 5 credit. Credit, as per Indian definition, is 1 credit means if a course involves 15 hours of classroom teaching and 15 to 30 hours of self learning, then it is a 1 credit course. So therefore, if it is a course of, say, 45 hours of classroom teaching, it will be a 3 credit course. If it is a 60 hours of classroom teaching, it will be a 4 credit course. So the institution or the in the board of studies or the teacher decides what will be the number of credits assigned to a course depending upon the breadth of the course and the depth of the course. So in ABC, you keep on doing various courses from different universities. For simplicity, I will say, like, you'll have a passbook, although it is all digital and virtual. You'll have you means student will have a passbook, and in that it will be written for every course a student does through the university. But this student, this course on this date, these many credits, this was the name of the course, this was the name of the university, and these many credits the student has earned. So he keeps on doing courses, passbook gets filled, and suppose he has earned something like 200 credits in, say, a span of 3 years. So he goes to the university from which he has done, say, 50%, because, for example, say, graduation, he needs 160 credits, he or she needs 160 credits. So he goes to a university from where the student has done 80 credits and says that, okay, I have done 200 credits, but out of that, those 200, 160 are worth getting a degree in, say, BSc Physics. So he says, give me a degree of BSc Physics because I have done 50% from your university and all the core courses and all the core credits are complete. So that university, because it is a member of ABC, will be obliged to give a degree to the student. So you can stitch your own degree or design your own degree through ABC. But for this to happen, what the universities have to do is to give admission in courses. That is the biggest hassle or bottleneck for the ABC towards this implementation, because universities are giving admission in the full programs. Full program is BA, BSc, MSc, MCOM, full program, they are giving the admission. But if you talk of the papers within a program, for example, if a bachelor's degree have 16 or 20 papers, so paper-wise admission is not given. Paper is a course. So course-wise admission is not there. So unless course-wise admission is there, how will the students stitch their own degrees? So when we say that we have implemented ABC, we have really not implemented, because we are not giving course-wise admission. We are only depending upon the students are depositing their credits in their account in the ABC, which is a Government of India bank. But there is no transfer of credits because they are already enrolled in a program. They will be getting a degree whether they put their credits in the bank or not. So there is no actual implementation happening. On papers, it may seem like, okay, 20 crore credits are added or 80 crore credits are added, but it doesn't mean anything unless you transfer the credits. Therefore, ABC is something which universities, if they're here, you should ensure that at least you should be the first university to start giving admission in courses so that the ABC can be implemented in letter and spirit. Now, the second uncertainty which is coming up is AI. So AI is totally changing the landscape of higher education. And we always say that because of AI, our students are sort of cheating in the exams. Assignments we give, all the students are doing assignments through AI. ChatGPT use karte hain, and then they come out with the assignments. How do we mark the assignments? But it is for our students as well as teachers to learn how to use AI to their to their advantage, to their learning. For example, we did a AI masterclass for vice chancellors recently in AIU, because unless the vice chancellors know the AI, unless they know what is the potential of AI, unless they know how AI can be used in a more productive manner, they cannot transmit it down to the students or the teachers. So in the master class of AI, I mean, how it can be used, I'll tell you 3, 4, 5 examples. For example, many students, many teachers blame that most of their time is spent in administrative work. They don't have time for teaching and research. They have to do management work, attendance work, marking work, this work, that work. So most of the time goes in the administration work. So that administration aspect can be taken care of by the AI. So AI can help you in the attendance management, student management. In many ways, AI can help. Similarly, in a class, there are say 100 students. So 100 students, teacher is teaching at a uniform level. At one level, normally the teacher takes the average student level and they start teaching. But in the class, there are every type of students are there. Some are very fast learners, some are very, very slow learners, some are average learners. Can a teacher teach every student at his or her level? Means personalized learning. Is it possible? In regular scenario, it is not possible. But through AI, it is possible. How? So AI, what AI will do is, suppose first lesson is common to every student. If you're using AI modules for teaching the students, so first lesson is common in Coursera, edX, many are using it already. And then after that, there's a quiz to the students, and the student answers that quiz. Based on the answers given by the student, the AI system understands what is the level of the student. So the next lesson which goes to a student is different for every student, not same for every student. And the pace with which the student learns, the next and next and next lesson keeps on coming. So it is a personalized learning. AI can help the teacher in personalized learning. Then sometimes there's a difficulty with assignments. If students are sort of, it is alleged that they are doing cheating and the assignments are not submitted properly. So we had in this AI masterclass, there was a teacher. He said, I told my students the assignment was use AI and do this assignment. But if I come to know that you have used AI, it will be a 0 mark. You can use AI, there's no problem. I should not come to know. So the students do the assignments through AI. They try to change the phrases, paraphrasing, and all those things. So the student teacher doesn't know, because if he comes to know, then it is 0 marks. And if he doesn't come to know, it is 100 marks. So it is a game between 0 to 100. So the first student comes, he says, in a beautiful English, he says, the teacher says, I know your English. You cannot write this beautiful English. So you have used AI, 0 marks, go away. So the second student comes, he says, I know you cannot even write one simple equation, and here such complicated equations are written. So you have used AI, 0 marks. So he keeps on sending students, and maybe 1 or 2, he gives 100 marks also. But in the next class, when he talks to the students about that particular subject for which the assignment was given, the learning was much better. Why? Because using the AI and trying to adjust it in such a manner so that the teacher doesn't know that the student has used AI, they had learned in the process. So learning also happened. So he says learning also happened. I told them to use AI. They used AI, they tried to paraphrase it, but in the process, learning happened. So if the teacher is clever, they can make the assignments in such a manner that even after using the AI, the learning is better. So that is one clever way. There can be many more ways. Then making a question paper. Making question paper is always a challenge for the teachers, especially if the question paper is to be done in a MCQ mode or multiple choice questions. So AI, if you give the curriculum to the AI can generate a multiple choice question paper for you. You can use the question paper, or maybe you can modify the question paper based on your needs, and then transmit again, give the paper to the students. So your work is made easier. The AI can do automated grading of the students. So automatic grading of the students can be done. AI can do examination work, post-examination work, pre-examination work. It can do a lot of teaching learning. For research, it is used in a number of ways. If you want to make your presentations, it is so easy. Like there, and then in AI also, there are different tools for different things. For example, if you want general data, ChatGPT is good. If you want to make slides, maybe Gamma is good. If you want to do some deep research, then there's a deep research option in ChatGPT. If you want to do coding, maybe DeepSeek is very good. So there are different AI tools which are available for doing different methods, and many of them are free. And many of them are free in the sense, okay, you will get 5 slides free of cost. If you want larger number of slides, you have to pay to Gamma. So I myself tried Gamma, and then we in that masterclass, we also had a masterclass for our staff. So if you want, you can also have a masterclass for your teachers and teach them how to use AI. You can have masterclass for your students. You can have masterclass for your staff. So we did a masterclass for our staff also. So then the AI teacher was telling me that straight away, if you tell Gamma to prepare the slides, it will not prepare. So you have to at times use multiple tools also. For example, go to ChatGPT, ask what could be the possible points, what could be possible slides, then take those slides to Gamma and then make beautiful slides. So there are many, many ways of using AI, but AI can be used to your advantage. Now, agentic AI is coming, which is very important. But the downside of AI is uh, when you give an AI command, we feel, okay, I mean, somebody is using AI or the system is using AI and they are giving us the answer. But the type of energy which is used in AI, that is tremendous. That's why it said that the next fight will be for electricity, energy, because the amount of energy, even a single statement, and then how to write a prompt. That is the most important thing. How to write a prompt for getting the desired answer. It has to be very, very clear. For example, um, suppose you give a prompt saying that, okay, I want some water. So the AI doesn't know you want water for washing, for drinking, for bathing, for what do you want water? So you have to say, I want water for drinking in a glass, in a cup, hot water, cold water, lukewarm water. It has to be very, very specific. AI doesn't know. So that they call it prompt engineering, that how to give a prompt, that itself is very, very important. But then they also said, don't use please and thank you. Because when you use please and thank you in an AI prompt, it processes that word please and thank you also. And a lot of energy is wasted in that also. So there's no need to use please and thank you in AI. There's no need to say, it says when AI gives a very good answer, you say, thank you very much. So that thank you very much is also processed and a lot of energy is used. AI doesn't need any thank you. AI doesn't need any please. So just give the smallest type of prompt, but the most efficient prompt. Smallest, but very, very efficient. All the information which you want from the AI, that should be there in the prompt. So a lot will happen in the higher education, especially, say, when you talk of coding, small, similar or simple type of coding is done by the AI. That's why many of our students are not able to find jobs, because simple type of coding is done by the AI itself. But if it is a complicated coding in which a personal touch is required, then AI is required. So obviously, when she was talking about unlearning and relearning, this is very, very important, because what we study here, what we teach today, becomes obsolete within a gap of, say, 1 year or so. That there was a lecture in our one of the conferences. It says half-life of knowledge means the period in which half of the knowledge becomes redundant. Earlier it was 15 months, and in January there was a research that half-life of knowledge has reduced to 5 months. So half of the knowledge becomes redundant in 5 months. So that's why they say, if you want to take AI subscription for any AI tool, don't take an yearly subscription. Take a monthly subscription, because within 2 months, 3 months, the tools will change. So yearly subscription will go waste. So take monthly subscriptions, and things are really changing. So if the half-life of knowledge is 5 months, you have to change the syllabi every 3 months. So how many universities or how many uh, maybe teachers are doing it? No one. Now, 1 year is also considered as a very quick change in syllabus. But by the time the student comes out after studying the syllabus which we have taught, he's already obsolete. He has to do a lot of learning, relearning, and fortunately, there are a lot of Now, say online OER, we call open education resources available, MOOCs courses available, edX available. Swayam is there, which is the India MOOCs platform. So many platforms are there, but the student has to continuously keep on learning. They cannot think that I have done my graduation or post-graduation or PhD. My learning stops here. Learning never stops. And in this scenario, learning will never stop. But for the teachers, of course, we have to do a lot of capacity building for the teachers, because when we say that in our universities, in the NEP also it was mentioned, in our universities, we use a lecture method of teaching. The teacher teaches in the class, and then the student goes back at home and then tries to understand, analyze, rationalize. But in foreign countries, what happens? The lecture notes, videos, audios are given in advance. So student studies at home, and in the class, what happens? Discussion, group discussion, analysis, problem solving, rationalization, understanding, reasoning, all this happens in the class. So the understanding is better. This is called as flipped classroom model, because we are flipping the way we learn. So the national education policy has said that, okay, we should follow the flipped classroom model. The students should be given the reading material or the videos in advance, and in the class only discussion should happen. But have we done the capacity building of our teachers to prepare that type of a video or engaging video for the students? Have we done the capacity building to even curate? Means they have to, there is so much of material available on the net. So can they pinpoint, okay, this is the link for this particular material, read it and come back? Our teachers are not doing it, but who will teach them to do it? We have to do it. The university leaders have to take a call, whether it is the use of AI, whether it is the use of flipped classroom model, whether it is the capacity building of the teachers. Because I know that when I was my parent office is University Grants Commission. 30 years I have worked in UGC, and we were the ones who introduced Swayam. So in Swayam, we used to tell the teachers that you have to prepare video lectures, because on Swayam, it is an online platform. It's a MOOCs course, structured online courses. So even the best teachers, they used to fumble in front of the camera. They used to say, when we teach a class, we understand कि बच्चों को समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं. Even if the student don't speak, we see their body language, उनकी आंखों को देख के, उनकी body को देख के, उनके चेहरे के expressions को देख के, we come to know whether the student is understanding or not, and then we go further. Camera doesn't speak. कैमरा का तो कोई इमोशंस नहीं दिखता, तो हमें पता ही नहीं चलता को समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा. So we just cannot teach a camera. So for the best teachers also, we had to arrange special classes on how to prepare videos, how to prepare engaging videos. Just standing in front of the camera speaking will not engage the students. How to prepare animations, how to engage the students, how to make it activity based, how to make it project based. All that is required, and all that has to be taught. We cannot imagine that our teachers will learn it on their own and they will come back. No, it will not happen. We have to teach them. So the capacity building of teachers is very important. So thank you very much. So at AIU, we have taken it up as a mandate for ourselves, and we have opened something like 40, we call them AADCs, Academic and Administrative Development Centers, where we are teaching the teachers as well as the administrators on how to use technology for teaching, learning, research, and governance. 40 are already there. 40 more this year we are opening. If any of your university wants to open a ADC, come to us. We are giving a small amount of money from AIU, but eventually it becomes a self-sustaining center. But in the last year, we have taught about 50,000 teachers on how to use the technology for teaching learning, how to use the AI for teaching learning, how to use AI for research, because now the research is done in a different way. The way we used the literature survey and all we used to do earlier, that is now different. So how AI has to be done, we have to do the capacity building. We have opened AADCs. If you want, you can join courses in AADC. If you want, you can open an AADC of your own. We are there to help you, because AIU works like somebody asked me what is the difference between UGC and AIU. I say UGC is like a father, regulating, discipline, this. AIU is like a mother, hand holding. Whenever you find any difficulty, come to us, we'll help you. They tell you what to do, we tell you how to do. So that is the difference. So this is the way we are working, and we want that future of education has to be bright, and it will be bright only when we do the capacity building, not only of our teachers, but also of our vice chancellors, of our students. So it is very, very important that we do the capacity building, and then the future of education will not be uncertain, it will be bright. So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was more like a master class to all of us right here. Can we put our hands together one more time, loud and clear? And a special mention, thank you for getting your attire matching to our home look. Now you serve as a brand ambassador for the summit. Talking about ambassador, we have yet another gentleman who serves as an ambassador for education. Wherever he goes, he stands tall with his experience. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming. We have Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Council Higher Education, Professor S.R. Ranjana in the house. A huge applause. Namaste, namaskara. Always a pleasure to have you. Please do join us on stage, sir. Come on, a louder round of applause, please.
Morning, all of you. First, I would like to thank the Higher Education Summit by BW Education itself in there. BW Education and all dignitaries present in this important summit, especially the Pankaj Mittal from the AIU and my good friend, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Davangere University. I think many Vice Chancellors still I'm expecting in before lunch. So we have invited many Vice Chancellors, they are coming here. We have heard the very nice presentation by Pankaj Mittal. I am the representative of the state government, Higher Education Council of the state. So this is the body, is an advisory body between the higher education institutes and the government, making policies, making rules, regulations, making the course structure, and bringing reforms in higher education is the duty of the Higher Education Council in the state. Now many states are started working on the reforms in higher education. Earlier, there is no active participation of the council. Now the Goa government and the Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and all the south states are established the council for working between the government and the institutes, colleges, and the universities. So in the state, you know that we have a very big structure of education, private sector and the public sectors, 32 public universities. And almost 29 which is coming under us as the private universities. And we are making the attempt of bringing reforms in private sector and also the public institutions, public universities, all newly established universities. Student strength is very high in Karnataka, especially in courses and the polytechnic courses. And the kind of reforms we have brought in the higher education from last 2 years, this government regime. Very important reforms we made, strengthening of public universities in research and innovations. How to strengthen the universities for research and innovations. So research and innovations is going to help the structure the course curriculum. Unless and until you are not having a strong background of a research, you cannot prepare the course curriculum. It needs the practical experience of the course curriculum to get the practical experience for students. And then very important, the steps we have taken for the introducing skilled courses in undergraduate programs. That skilled courses, as you know, that the BA, BCom, BSc, all degree courses, we have introduced the skilled courses in between their regular courses on credit based. So that Karnataka Skill Corporation of government sector has come forward to help us, and we have started the pilot courses in especially Davangere is one of the university, Gulbarga, Raichur. Totally, this year we are introduced the skill courses in the 9 universities. In future days to come, we are going to cover all the universities to skilled courses. 5, 6 skilled courses based on the students' need. There we are introduced all kind of skilled courses for the students. That's the one very good the step we have taken in the government. And the second one is the internationalization of higher education. It's a very important step the Karnataka State Council has taken from last many years. We made a MOU with the British Council. So in that program, the first program is recently we have given the training for the teachers. We are established the international cell in the universities, in public universities. And also we have taken some private universities also last time. And we are organized the 4-day internationalization workshop for them. Experts came from UK and they have given the training how the internationalization will take place. And we have given 4-day training program on the capacity building. And we are appointed one nodal officer and one the coordinator from each university. And almost 27 universities we have trained the coordinator and the nodal officer to make the internationalization effort, how to make the research, innovation, exchange, and all PhD programs and preparing a project proposals and all that. We have given opportunity for these universities and given the time for 6 months to prepare the concept note on that one. And if the concept note submits, we will submit to the British Council, and British Council will help us to make some internationalization of higher education in the state. And also the internationalization, we have taken the Scout programs, Students Talents Program. We have taken last time, I myself went to UK. We have taken the 30 students to East London University, UK for their exposure for creativity, critical thinking, and a business models preparation. And East London University, British Council has hosted for that one, and universities are paid for their travel, and Higher Education Council paid their insurance and the visa charges and all that. We met the expenditure, and the whole the expenditure has met from the British Council to host them for 18 days training in London. And we have taken the students of a top 1% students of +2, and they are admitted for the first year degree. And we are selected socially deprived students who they cannot understand English, and those students were selected based on merit. And we have taken the almost 30 students and 7 professors from the each university. And this year also we are searching in British Council collaboration how the other universities are helping us to take the students. That the Scout program we have prepared, and with the reforms we have brought it in, taking the students for international exposure. And also last time, the leadership program. 6 vice chancellors went to the UK universities. They visited almost 8, 10 universities, and they made the collaboration and they developed the project. And 3-year project has been completed. Students have been exchanged, and students went there and they have learned something. They came back and they have done some project collaboration. And last time, I myself went to the UK and I made the 3-4 university a collaboration with the Wales universities in UK, Cardiff University, Cardiff Metropolitan University, and Polytechnic universities. We are making attempt of some of the area which they are interested to collaborate, especially on semiconductor research and electric and electronics. And physics and astronomy, these areas they are interested, and we are collaborating some of the universities on these area. And also, whatever the courses we are running with the Polytechnic course, that we are making on the online courses for them, and students can listen the lecture from the Wales universities in India in Polytechnic colleges. And the third, the internationalization, and shortly we are making another visit to the UK universities with the 5, 6 vice chancellors, and we are taking them and developing a leadership program. And this is the kind of capacity building and leadership program reforms we are bringing in internationalization of higher education. And as I showed that the skilled courses that all the students, industries are coming and they are teaching, they are assessing, we are inculcated in the university system. We are identified as a teachers, as examiners. Industry people are examiners. We are not examiners. Teachers are not. Who are teaching, they have to assess the students. So all BA, BAc become I think Vice Chancellor is here. He will, in his discussion, he will explain that how we are introduced. That definitely is helping the students in industry approach for employability, especially UG students. So create employability. And another important program, that is the Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program, AEDP. UGC told that AEDP. Now the IAS, retired IAS people have formed one organization in Delhi, and they come to the state, to the council, helping our students. We are introduce some of the BCom courses as an apprenticeship embedded degree program. That students are going to get the fellowship immediately. And you know that we are talking all, there is an SCP, NEP, SCP is going on. State government is working on that one, making state education. That's a restructuring of the his course curriculum has been done by the state government. And now the Thorat committee has been is going to submit the report in the end of this month, and keeping the UGC into the consideration, and we are making restructuring of the course curriculum. And we are planning now the strategic plan for the another 5 years to assess the universities and the colleges. See, now assessment is very important. NAC is also going for the other kind of assessment. You know that they are changing the assessment. Hereafter, there is no physical inspection of the NAC. They are going to assess based on the documentation. That document is now other than, see, so far only the 30 to 37% institutes are subjected for accreditation. We are running more than 1,200 universities and 40,000 colleges in this country. And in the state, we are running 97 universities, and the public and private, I told the number, and deemed universities, all these universities, only 30 to 40% institutes are subjected for accreditation for quality assessment. What is the other assessments? How they are going to assess? What kind of education they are giving, which they suppose if they are not subjecting their institutions for accreditation. They are not in the list of anything. They are not in NIRF list. They are not in NAC list. They are not accredited. They are not assessed by any quality. And for that kind of institutions, council is putting effort, constituting a high-level committee, and we are going to assess the universities for the quality education for students, teaching, learning, research, and innovations. And this is the one, the reforms that we are making in reviewing the colleges and universities in Karnataka other than the. And now the British Council is come forward to teach for the English for youths. So that English for Youth program, government engineering college students through Microsoft. So we have started and we have completed one course of polytechnic students, and now we are going forward through the Microsoft for engineering students to English for Youth program that the British Council has been sponsored, and facilitating state universities to apply for the international grant now. Today the problem with the research is the grant and the staff. Major problem with the universities and colleges is only two problems. One is the staff. We are having in public universities 32, only 40% staff are permanent. 60% staff with the guest faculty and other faculty members. Student number is increasing. We are targeting by 2035, 50% gross enrollment. And state gross enrollment so far 37%. And national gross enrollment is around 26%, 27%. But we are targeting by 2035 for the 50%, that 50% GR, and we are increasing the number of students, but the lacking behind of the infrastructure and the teachers. Especially the teaching is very important for learning. Teachers are the facilitators. Of course, today what we are talking, Pankaj Mittal told that your AA has come for learning. AA is not going to assess by a teacher because teachers don't have that experience to assess your ChatGPT answers. So for that, we need some of the changes in higher education where we are teaching, learning is going to be improved, where we can take the students into a quality kind of learning. You see the competitive examination, communications and all that. What is the percentage of pass in competitive examination? 0.2, 0.5%, 0.6% students are passing. Whether students are scared to take competitive examination or whether not able to compete with the competition, why the result is so less in competitive examination, either in UPSC or KPSC, very less percentage. That you have to think, the teaching. where that communication, very important, communication is very important. That's what we have put communication as a skilled course. And industries come forward to teach for the communication for students. As per our statistics and data, the institutes of government sector is getting 85% of rural students and backward and socially deprived students, where there is no electricity, where there is no teachers, where there is no language, where there is no such ambience of education, learning for that. We started our education from Nalanda, Taxila universities, 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers at that time. 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers. See the ratio. And the Nalanda, Taxila universities were attracted many developing countries for the education. Those subjects were not so much, not like today. Banaras Hindu University, today they are having a more than 250 disciplines in their university. Even Vice Chancellor doesn't know that how many disciplines, where they are by that time his period is before NPH. I heard and I discussed with the Vice Chancellor. I visited all the departments. No, I'm not possible. Every day, 10, 15 seminars are going in BHU, and this number of students you go, many of you are not seeing the BHU. BHU is a model for this country. You go and see the BHU, 24-hour students day and night. They won't sleep. Police ask them to go to hostels. You go hostel, the full number of students. And no dearth of students in this country in year afterwards. That the grass enrollment we are going to reach in 2035, absolutely 50%. There is no problem in that. But only thing is that our quality education, how you are going to transmit our education through students for the socially deprived, a backward students, and 85% of the students are in government sector, are the poor students. The concept should be a poor student should not get the poor education. Poor students should not get poor education. For that, all these kind of summits, seminar, conferences to work on that one, how to disseminate the knowledge to the students for the top level, how the poor students can get the rich education. Not paying the money, not paying the donation. In UK, you know that all from first standard to school education, they are giving the free education for students. And many of times we are also mentioned to the state government will make the free education up to the degree. For all kind of students, all gender should get the free education. Education today important. That day Jawaharlal Nehru also told that in 1947, where we are facing the problem. In 1947, we have taken the independence from the British. By that time, we are facing a problem, very, very major problem. There was no communication, food crisis, and the poverty. We have taken independence. But country was sustained up to Green Revolution by M.S. Swaminathan up to 1960. First 13 years, really a struggle for this country. And we all of us were not there by that time. We are not born even. Many of them, they may not be there. And many of them, we are not there. But country really struggled to sustain the poverty and the education. That's what Jawaharlal Nehru told on that day. The technology, science and technology and education only can eradicate and remove the poverty of this country. That was the slogan made in 1947. But today, after 76, 78 years of independence, we are thinking on the education. But food is no problem. M.S. Swaminathan Green Revolution, we are sustained with the food now. 50 million ton grains were produced in 1947. When Norman Borlaug helped the germplasm to this country, agriculture was sustained. Today we are producing 350 million tons, no dearth of food in this country for the growing population in future. But our major challenge is with us now today is the education. Education that we have to think twice, thrice the kind of students we are admitting for education, a kind of teachers we are appointing, kind of the language we are teaching for the communication, we're training the students for the global exposure and the competitiveness is very important. That's what all the universities has to make effort on. Internationalization of higher education is the very important component for students to expose the global exposure. Global exposure is also one of the skills. Digital learning is also one of the skill. AI learning is an advanced skill. We started from Nalanda Takshashila University, the quality education of multidisciplinary. Today, again, we came to the multidisciplinary concept is not new, my dear students and colleagues. Multidisciplinary was taught in Nalanda Takshashila, not now. That was the time multidisciplinary was there. Today also we are thinking on multidisciplinary concept in education to make the students a competitive kind of education for the students. So Higher Education Council has taken a lot of initiatives on internationalization and the skilled courses and apprenticeship courses and the English youth learning for engineering and polytechnic students. Now we are thinking for the universities, public how to strengthen the universities for the leadership program, capacity building program, and many more programs we are keeping in the pipeline to improve the quality education is important for the students' purpose. That is very important for our Viksit Bharat in 1947. Economic growth, sustainable education, social progressiveness, and the e-governance is very important for your Viksit Bharat for another, to reach the 100 years. That you have to take care. We are all academic leaders. We are all responsible for uplifting the higher education in the country. And I congratulate and once again for the BW education system. They're creating a floor for all learners, teachers, students, vice chancellors, and all academic leaders putting together and making discussion and making effort to bring the equality education in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An absolute honor. Thank you for sharing all those facts, the programs, the roadmap, vision, and mission. Can we have a big round of applause to the gentleman one more time? And quickly moving on, could we have gentlemen joining in right here? We have the Deputy Director, ICFI Business School, IBS Bengaluru. We have Professor Dr. R. Harish in the house. And with a big cheer, let's get him on stage, please. Over to you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, namaskar, and a warm welcome to all of you. My name is Harish, as you have heard, and I am from ICFI Business School, Bangalore. This is a part of the ICFI group headquartered at Hyderabad. You will see that logo there. There are numerous universities, several management institutes, engineering colleges, law colleges, and so on. The management institutes themselves were set up in 1995, 30 years ago. The ICFI group as such is even older than that. I have been working with ICFI Business School as a faculty member for the past 19 years. So it will be 20 very soon. So we have already heard eminent speakers giving different perspectives. I will give a relatively light-hearted perspective from the point of view of a faculty member. Are we using AI in education or higher education? Yes, a resounding yes. I was speaking to a few faculty members, and a lot of them are using it. Definitely in the urban areas, in the so-called richer colleges, if you want to use the term, it is quite prevalent. What do faculty members experience? Good. I can now prepare my course handout, lecture plan, question paper, summarize chapters, prepare PPTs, videos, write research papers much faster. I ask ChatGPT, it does it for me. Good. Nice. I can now enjoy a nice afternoon siesta, a well-deserved afternoon siesta on campus. Okay. That's one perspective. Students, happier still. Many of them think, hey, why should I learn anything at all? Even after I take up a job, any problem, AI is there. Ask co-pilot, that will be my pilot. I can be a very happy passenger sitting at the back. Why all this education? Getting 40 marks or whatever in passing is not difficult. So many assignments I can do, download it from somewhere, readily available. Faculty member asks, wow, where have you know this is from AI? No, madam, I did this myself. I spent the whole of last night doing this. And your drill bit and turn it in, they don't give you very reliable reports on how much of it is AI generated. Sometimes they give you exaggerated percentages also. So this is broadly where we are. This is the average faculty member, average student. This is how it goes. I'm probably exaggerating, making it a little lighter, but this is the context where we are today. So is AI ruining our education? Is that what is happening? Is the question. Suddenly I'm reminded of something. A few days ago, we have what is called a case research center in the ICFI group. So we are in the third largest producer of management case studies in the world, and we have more than 6,000 cases on a repository in the UK called the Case Center, the first two being Harvard Business School and INSEAD. Some 3 days ago, I was sent a proof of concept video case study that had been prepared. This was on a dilemma related issue taken from the Mahabharata. And all the pictures came from AI. So it was AI generated pictures, made it so very wonderful compared to a regular case study, a written case study. You have an audio, you have text, and you also have numerous pictures. Anyway, coming back to, so where are we heading? Is AI really ruining our education? Looking at it from another perspective, AI is pushing all of us to do better. There are a number of us, we are all street vendors. Some of us start accepting payment through UPI. Others also are forced to do it. Something similar is happening here, but there is one big difference. Switching over to UPI payment with a QR code and a bank account is quite easy, but then changing over, using AI really well the way it should be for teaching, etc., is not so easy. You cannot enjoy an afternoon siesta. You will probably have to have sleepless nights if you were to actually do it. Student also, if the student is to learn much better, lot more effort is required on the part of the student. So we really have to use AI, as Pankaj Mittal madam explained in considerable detail a short while ago. A lot of training, a lot of effort, infrastructure, facilitation, all this is required. Another question that comes up, we will have, digital teachers who can individually teach at various spaces, etc. for us. What happens to conventional education? Me as a faculty member, if 100 faculty are required, if 70% of the work is taken over by some digital teacher, AI teacher, will 70 of us lose our jobs? Big question. While we have no clear answers for that, long ago, I remember in my younger days, computerization of bank work. There are a lot of protests and strikes that we will all lose our jobs. They have the banking staff lost their jobs? Yeah, maybe not. You see, the numbers have grown in some way. Okay, the business itself has grown. So likewise, education could also grow. We do not know. But still a question arises. We are talking of academic bank of credits and so on, 3-4 year degrees. Are they relevant? If you are to use AI, there is much deeper learning. More number of sessions are required. Can we have 30 courses in one program? Are they all necessary? Can they be really learned the way it is required to be learned to be industry ready? Maybe less number of courses, more depth. We do not know. And what is the role of teachers? Today, students come with a halo. I know everything. Why? It's not that they are enlightened. Their mobile phones and laptops are enlightened. They are only verbalizing what is there. But what is important is for the faculty members, as facilitators to guide the students. Don't look for solutions. Look for the root. Ask, find out what are the steps leading to that solution. How exactly you need to reach there. In fact, several of our Upanishads are conversations between teachers and students. At least 3 Upanishads I can recall where the teacher doesn't give an answer. The teacher says, do this, come back to me. Do that, come back to me. Do that, come back to me. The student comes back repeatedly. Each time it's some progress. Oh, is that? No, that is not it. One more round. That is not it. One more round. That is not it. One more round. So the teacher probably has to guide the student to use AI appropriately so that the learning is improved. Because that is what is required if you are to really make our students placement ready, AI ready for the future, and so on. This is what we have to figure out today, and we have a galaxy of eminent speakers and panelists here with us who are headed towards doing this. We hope that we will have made good progress today, and I really appreciate the very timely initiative taken by BW Education, Dr. Anurag Batra and his team for creating this platform. Let us all move together in a very constructive way and let our country progress using AI in education in the manner that it should. And we should really be a very powerful country in the field of education and trained manpower, because having well-trained manpower is extremely important in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And sir, we request you to stay back. While we have you right here, we would like to have Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal back on stage. We would also like to have Professor S.R. Niranjana to please join us right here as we take this moment to show our gratitude for your time and presence. And I request Mr. Ved Shukla to do the honors. Can we have Mr. Ved to join us? And can we have a big round of applause to the trio who've made it for all those vision, mission, and the masterclass that we shared right here. While we take this opportunity for a group picture, can we please bring in one more time a huge round of applause? And will we take this opportunity to felicitate them? Quickly, we have a minute for questions. We're open for one question each if they allow us and if they permit. Can we have any questions? Yes, quickly, as expected. The most energetic man.
All the programs. Yeah. Anyways, Madam Ji, you said fantastically the analogy with the passbook kind of and then the bank. So this STR, what you have told, the storage of the credits, transfer of the credits and redemption of the credits, fantastically. So you also said about that Swayam courses and then where NPTEL and kind of. What is that the evaluation of those courses undergone by the students by seeing the courses, etc. So I'm talking about the quality that, or rather, how do we certify them in their understanding capabilities? How are we going to evaluate the certifications? Is what I wanted to. I have one more question for you also, sir, later on.
So as far as SWAYAM courses are concerned, the National Testing Agency, the NTA,
Correct.
they are conducting the examination of every student, and they are evaluating and they are giving the grades. And those grades are adopted by the universities.
Yeah.
So obviously in the universities, up to 40% of the credits can be done through SWAYAM online courses.
Okay.
So if suppose, for example, in a university, the number of electives are very less, but the student is wanting one particular elective.
Yeah.
So that elective can be done through a SWAYAM course. The teaching will be done some outsider. The examination will be taken. The numbers will be transferred. So grade will be transferred. This is the way it is done. And there's also a possibility if the student only wants to learn and they don't want to take the SWAYAM examination, then the university can take an examination to ensure that they fulfill the standards of that particular university. And the university can grade and put it in this. So that will be only learning through SWAYAM, but examination will be by the university. But if the student really wants that the examination should be from a central agency, that National Testing Agency is there, which is taking SWAYAM examinations. The concerned teacher who has delivered the SWAYAM course, they are supposed to make the question paper and deliver it to SWAYAM, and the SWAYAM does the
Yeah, yeah, fantastic. I could get it, madam. Also, the number of hours they should attend, how is it monitored? Kind of, is there any kind of, because Bits Pilani guy had introduced his, yeah.
See, number of hours in the online teaching, it's very difficult. You switch off all your videos.
That is what I was trying to. Yeah.
Sit there. So that you don't come to know. But when you evaluate, you really know whether the student has understood or not. So
Okay.
actually, the input is not very important also.
In between
What is
quiz,
important
in
is the
between
outcome.
quiz, yeah, in between quizzes are, asked so that they are, monitored to be there in the.
So if the outcome is there, if the student is getting good marks, the student is getting good grade,
Okay.
that outcome is important for us, not the input. So there is no issue.
Thank you. Yeah, he'll be available for questions. Our friend here always turns the question into a debate, and it's very interesting and exciting there. Thank you so much. And quickly, we request Ved sir to do the honors. And a huge round of applause to them one more time.
Yeah, I know. You wrote the three Upanishads, so I'm just Taittiriya, Upanishad, and then Sandhya.
Thank you. And now with that power-packed start, ladies and gentlemen, we head towards our first panel discussion. And it's about reinventing higher education for a high digital and AI-driven world. I'm sure many of the stakeholders who are here are keen, want to be a part of this and want to understand from the specialist. And it's going to be spearheaded as the moderator. We have Ms. Meha Mathur, consultant editor, BW Education. And it's got some amazing names and leaders from the industry and the domain. We want everyone to join hands as we welcome the panelists. I'm sure everybody is here to listen from this very gentleman. Director, IIM Bangalore. We have Mr. Rishikesha T. Krishnan in the house. A huge round of applause, a big cheer. An absolute delight to have you, sir. And joining him as the next panelist, Executive Director, Acharya Bangalore Business School. We have the Ajitesh Basani in the house. Joining the league, Dean Academics, TAPI Management Institute, Manipal. We have Dr. Gururaj Kiriyur. Joining the panelists, next up, Director, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, Dr. Debashish Sanyal. Clapping is absolutely free and it keeps us energized. Come on, put your hands together. And also joining the league, we have the Dean Academics and Academic Coordinator, IFI Business School, Bengaluru, Dr. Manisha Singh in the house. Let's welcome her on stage with a round of applause. And we have our very own moderator, once again, Ms. Meha Mathur, Consultant Editor, BW Education. With this fine panelist and moderator, we are set for the first discussion. It's going to be a power-packed one. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's reinventing higher education for a hyper-digital and AI-driven world. Over to the moderator.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Pankaj Mittal pointed out that it takes a lot of energy, electricity to even type thank you. But here on this platform, I hope AI is not involved. So let me, with deepest gratitude to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Professor Niranjana, Dr. Girish, for such a wonderful keynote addresses. And all of you have already answered, quite a few questions that I had. And also thank you to Amar for such, brilliant comparing. Thank you so much once again. So my first question, without losing time, is, AI is the talk of the town now. It's pervading every aspect of life. And reading so many reports, news, media reports, several industry leaders have created the scenario of more and more tasks being performed by AI and jobs being eliminated, and even teaching, medical services being taken over. These were traditional jobs that people aspire to. That being the case, what are we preparing and training our youth for? Where will the jobs exist? What will be the nature of work? Where will be the opportunities for people? And how should we redesign our education to prepare for these constant shifts? So my question to Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, if you can start this discussion.
Yeah, good morning. First, thank you for inviting me to this event. See, I think this is a pretty evolving area, so it's difficult to make a very conclusive answer on this, but let me just try to give some trends at least which we are noticing. I think let's start by just understanding that even in the workplace, the way work is being done is changing rapidly. Most companies are using AI in their normal work processes itself. So any student or graduate who enters the workplace today needs to understand how to use these AI tools in a successful way or an effective way. So while we of course need to train and educate our students in all the core disciplines, we also have to make sure that they have the skills related to AI that can make them contribute immediately in the workplace. Now, when you look at AI in the education system itself, I think it plays various roles and it interfaces with the education system in various methods. So I think we need to again separate out some things there. One is, of course, using AI to get an answer. Now, when we looking at education, we are not trying to get an answer. I think what we are trying to do is help students develop their thought process. So if, for example, we use the case method in the classroom, the reason we are using case method is not to come to a particular solution. It is to go through the entire thought process and help the students sharpen their analytical skills. Now, this will not necessarily happen if you just use an AI tool, because in a way, the AI is substituting for your thought process. So we need to think very carefully, how do we build the classroom learning experience in a context where AI is also playing a strong role. And I believe, therefore, we need to rethink the class learning process itself, as well as the evaluation process. Again, many of us have been using projects and other methods which we thought were useful because they are more open-ended. But once again, if all a student is going to do is use a Gen AI tool to answer that, it's not really serving the purpose. So there's a lot of work to be done. Final comment I will make specifically to your question is that, at least as of today, I think what we can see is that Gen AI is very good for answering questions where prior data exists and where that shows you the way to the correct answer. But there are domains in which this is not the case. You take any domain where tacit knowledge is important, where it's not recorded in prior data. There, human intelligence is going to play a significant role. Similarly, you look at any situation where creativity is required and the machine answer is not going to be good enough. And finally, just remember, when we talk about something like strategy, which is the subject I teach, we are always telling students that differentiation is the core to strategy, coming up with a different answer. Now, if everyone is going to be using a Gen AI tool, and the only difference between A and B is that they're going to be using different prompts with the tool, I'm not convinced that that's going to give you real differentiation. Real differentiation will again depend on your ability to bring in creativity and ingenuity to build on what AI suggests. So to my mind, the tasks which really involve that kind of creative inputs like strategy will continue to require significant human inputs and cannot be dependent on AI alone.
Thank you. Coming to you, Professor Kidur. Someone had mentioned unlearning and relearning as one of the defining, features of higher education moving forward. But this constant, relearning, what kind of costs does it entail for students in terms of time? Because they'll be constantly, revising what they have learned. And also add to that, do you think that the faculty itself is equipped for these constant shifts? Dr. Mittal had referred to this, that, the AIU is running all those programs for teacher training and, training of vice chancellors, but it also requires a mental shift and agility and flexibility on part of faculty. So both for students and faculty, what kind?
Good morning. Very happy to be here. Today morning, I was going through Times of India, and there is an article on hot jobs in the next 5 years. So they have listed different sectors: agri-tech, space tech, pharma, manufacturing, banking, FMCG, e-commerce, auto, and technology. And they had listed the required skills in each of these sectors. And one skill that was mentioned, which was common, was AI and digital skills. I think educational institutes, higher educational institutes have understood this. Yesterday's Times of India in Ascent, all the teaching jobs were mostly in the domain of AI and data science. If you look at, the 12th standard results have come. So almost all the universities are advertising their programs, and each university has introduced programs in artificial intelligence, data analytics, and data science. So this is a trend that, which education, higher education has accepted, but rightly so, there is a resource crunch. There are two things. One is the technology. So high-end GPUs and labs and other things, but faculty is the major issue. I think most of my colleagues would agree with that. So we have very, very few people with this background applying to teaching positions. Because what I understand, Dr. Rishikesh can substantiate that, from IIMs, people who do PhDs in this area are absorbed in the industry. And for various reasons, industry tends than academia. So, and that is something which I have understood from my colleagues from the engineering college also. They don't get faculty in computer science. They don't get faculty in artificial intelligence and so forth. Whereas there is a great rush for such courses. In fact, Karnataka government came up, there is an article today, they want to restrict the number of students entering computer science because nobody is taking up mechanical engineering. Nobody is taking up civil engineering. Right? So then the question is, how do we upskill the existing faculty? Now, today, if you look at faculty, especially in the context of higher education, more so in business school, right? The portfolio of activities have increased. One is they are required to do research. Everybody is chasing NIRF now, right? The great emphasis on research in the last decade or so. So substantial amount of faculty time goes into research. To produce one paper in a decent journal takes time, right? That is one. Second thing is most of the institutions are also running after accreditations. International accreditations, you have your NBA, you have NAC, WACSB, EQUIS, then you have AMBA. There is so much of documentation. And of course, top B schools also have their faculty spending a lot of time in executive education and consulting, right? So now where is the time for upskilling, especially with regard to AI? So we somehow need to find a mechanism where we get people. That is where I feel that we must seek out partnerships and collaborations with the industry. I think with the new, this NEP, there is a provision for professors of practice, where the professor of practice need not have a formal qualification, but equipped enough to impart knowledge and skills to students with the long experience they have. We must seek out that. And we do have a lot of, one good trend that I see is that there are more and more of companies wanting to have a formal campus engagement. It's not just coming for placement and internships. They want their people to come and teach. They want faculty to go. So I think educational institutes also must create time and space for faculty to do sabbatical. So unless and until we look out at other avenues, it becomes extremely difficult to have AI courses. When it comes to curriculum, there are issues. So we talk about, we talk about NLP, we talk about AI, data analytics and so forth, but it needs to be extremely contextualized, meaning what type of AI we should have in healthcare, what type of AI we should have in engineering, what type of AI we should have in pharma and so forth. And also there has to be some flexibility in the way you design courses, right? When you see something happening in the world of practice, that has to come into especially B schools, right? Enough body of knowledge may not have developed, but it is very important for our students to have that skill set. So these are, the challenges, especially with regard to faculty.
Okay. Mr. Basani, would you like to add to what Dr. Kidur has said? And what has been your experience about upgrading of faculty and, maybe reverse classroom, the kind of engagement that students and faculty can have?
So firstly, of course, we're not a Great Lakes or an IIM. This is a business school that caters to a different set of students altogether. So our problems are a lot different, but the same at the same time. Like we address it quite differently. What we have kind of been doing over the past several years is experimenting a lot. Of course, there's a risk involved in experimenting, but we feel there's also a greater reward when those experiments work. And when it comes to faculty per se, that's obviously the biggest challenge. And what we have been recently doing is having FTPs. But of course, FTPs don't solve the issue, right? It's just a start. It's just one step towards that right direction. This is a big question mark because the problem is, like ma'am said, when your half-life is around 5 months, what do you do? Like, how often do you have to keep retraining, reskilling your faculty? That becomes very, very imperative. And it always becomes this constant chasing what the world is doing. And I think, like sir also mentioned, whole point is to look at it in a way that you pivot in an area, especially for a business school, where you feel you can contribute value instead of mimicking other business schools. There's nothing we can do with AI coming in place. Or the best that we can do is figure out how it can have its role in taking care of administrative workloads and all of that. But if I have to simplify things, right? You draw a line and then there's productivity on one side and then you have creativity and other things on the other side. You can't expect a faculty to do everything. You can't expect them to do research, consultancy, teaching, administration, co-curricular. So figure out areas that they are good at, give them that freedom of picking those things and kind of excel in those things so that, and also, of course, use these AI tools, hopefully, to ensure your administration is kind of offsetted by the implementation of those. So that a lot more time can be given to creativity, innovation, because it requires time. You can't just come out of things just like that, right? It takes a lot of time. And what we have been doing, even our directors here, we focused in areas like disaster management, focused on inculcating certain practices like theater and management. So we've been identifying and looking at things that kind of make a difference to these students. And these are essentially building meta skills, ensuring that these can be carried over even after their first job. So the idea is, can you give them those skill sets that go beyond what technology is offering. And it's been working quite well. And it's always going to be a work in progress. We don't have it all figured out.
Thank you. Professor Sanya, coming to you, there's one aspect which I wanted to be addressed. You know, it said that routine jobs will be performed by AI, and you know, the only way out is, you know, moving up the value chain. But we are talking of billions of people who need to be gainfully employed. And, you know, how do you expect, you know, every individual to be equipped to take on such strategic roles and creative thinking? Because there are so many people as of today, you know, doing routine roles in various walks of life. What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. Important BW summit. Jobs.
Yes,
I'll
jobs,
come-
yes.
And what the question you asked also is to be seen from the equity point of view. But interestingly, what has happened in last decade or less than a decade, I'll say, last 5-6 years, the way AI, technology, and digital platform, the way the fast moving, it has created a big gap between what we teach or what we do and the skill required by the industry. That's for sure. Another thing, can everyone be equipped with skill? That's what you asked. Now, this all business, we are from business school, so I say, it's trying to address this problem. I was fortunate to, or I was there in one of the conference organized by one of the top 4 consulting agents. And they told me that they only see skills. So they are masking the name of the institute from where they institute from the students are applying. They have a series of skills that they want very clearly. They have developed it, or their AI has developed it, I don't know. And when the students apply, they match, their AI tools match the CVs and their skills that they have against the skills they require. They don't see which institute they're coming from. Okay. And thereafter, whoever matches, they go forward and see whether what they have written is right or wrong. And then, so industry has moved to a skill-based industry. But again, you should remember there's one of getting into the job. But if you see in the long run, they'll need knowledge. They have to need knowledge. You cannot, skill is important, but you have to, so what we teach in a business school or others, the knowledge which they gain in the class by the teachers stays with them lifelong, because you will go up the ladder. So why will you go up? So now, coming to your question, can we impart AI to everyone? If not, what they would, they're left out. So the question of equity comes. In a good business school, we have labs, etc., where faculty can learn, and faculty are provided facility to learn. It's not that whoever faculty wants, like IB or we, or anyone, any go to the school have provisions, funds allotted for training up faculty and students. But the problem lies across the country, how we are going to do that. And so what is happening, a gap is creating the skill required by the industry and the skill the present generation has. So the universities, the way we are imparting, or the business school, or whatever, may not be idle for what the industry needs. So we are not, the equity comes. How can the government go to tier 2 tier 3? How can internet be faced? See, you need basic fundamental internet. Knowledge is there. Actually, knowledge is cheap, I said. The amount you spend on an internet connection is much less than the knowledge available. To acquiring a knowledge previously, when we were young, we had to spend much more money. But I can tell you nowadays, knowledge is much cheaper. Only a small token of, I think, 300 rupees or 400 rupees. You have a connection, you can access knowledge. But the thing is that, are we reaching those people? In urban area, we may have some facility, but not all. So what you are saying is important, is that how we are going to scale up this AI learning. And that's a big question is, it will take some time. And because of it will take some time, there will be a gap. And there will be a serious concern also on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Before I come to Dr. Singh, I would also like Dr. Krishnan to give your view on this question that I raised.
Repeat the question again.
Yes, so basically I'm asking how, the question of equity that we have discussed, every person might not be equipped to scale up to that level. A large number of people are doing repetitive jobs at the moment. And when AI takes over so many jobs, how will, gainful employment be ensured for billions of people?
No, I think one should be a little careful in how you look at this whole issue. I mean, at least in the short run, I can see several jobs where I cannot see robots or AI or anybody taking over these jobs. You take a job like nursing, or there are several, you take a job like even things to do with health, sanitation, many things, they are not going to be taken over by AI or any other technology in the very short run. In some very long run, they might, but in the short run, they will not. So I think one really needs to understand what kind of skills are required for what kind of a job. Now, if you look at Gen AI skills, which enable you to do tasks better, maybe those skills need to be diffused quite widely. But on the other hand, if you're looking at the AI programming skills, which are going to enable us to use AI in different applications, that may be only a very small number of people need to do. And in fact, already, things like programming, you already have AI agents which can write programs better than human beings. So I think you need to map out the whole thing. To me, it seems at a very simple level that there are plenty of jobs which are not going to be replaced in the short run. However, I think the challenge is many of those jobs may not be very high paying jobs. That's, I think, going to be one of the challenges you will face. So at the low end and at the very high end, those jobs will remain. Where the jobs are going to be threatened is actually in the middle. And that's going to be certainly a challenge for all countries, and particularly a country like ours, where we have a very large population and we have literally millions of people trying to get into the workforce and millions already in the workforce.
Thank you. Coming to you, Dr. Singh, we are discussing AI, ML, and much of this discussion pertains to engineering, sciences. I feel in this whole discussion, at times, several other streams are in a way left out: humanities, fine arts, liberal arts. So moving forward, how do you integrate all these disciplines and integrate AI? And do you see a scope for interdisciplinary approach across different streams?
Thank you. Thank you for your question, and good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I would basically continue with what was the discussion earlier and then move on to your question. That AI is taking away the jobs, and how do you basically ensure that everybody gets, and then I'll come to this because they are linked. You're right, they are taking away jobs. In fact, just 2 days ago, we also read about IBM taking away 200 HR related jobs and replacing it with automated AIs. Or similarly, TCS, they're already having that AI chatbots to basically tackle the first level tickets. So whenever there is an issue raised, the tickets are issued. So first level tickets are always dealt by the AI chatbots. But at the same time, you still require people to ensure that these things are done bias-free, isn't it? For example, an AI might run a diagnostic screening for detecting cancer, but you still need a radiologist to basically say that, no, there's no false positive, isn't it? So there is, as sir also mentioned, we have still not reached the stage where all the jobs will be taken up by AI. Second thing I would also talk about is how do you reach? So when computerization happened and the things were that you need to learn Excel and Microsoft and all those things, that time also there was a similar question that jobs will be gone and how do you ensure that everybody learns? And today it has been so seamlessly integrated with our curriculum. You don't need to teach Excel separately. In fact, all the domain, whether it is arts or finance or anything else, are basically dealt using technology, using Microsoft, isn't it? So you have graphic designing to help the artists that you are saying to create designs. Similarly, for liberal arts, there are different technologies available that are being used. So these are enablers. At present, they are enablers. Maybe tomorrow they would take away some of the routine jobs, but where creativity is concerned, as you said, there's still that human element would be there. So coming back to the point, whether it is humanity, whether it is liberal arts, whether it is management institute, whether it is STEM related courses, AI will come everywhere. We were talking about AI last year. Today we are talking about generative AI. And already there are talks that in 6 months, agentic AI will come. So technology will basically move in its own pace. What is needed from higher education is basically to integrate the same into the curricula. And yeah, it is not easily done. I mean, not done in very near future that immediately you can implement everything, ensure that everybody is AI expert. But yeah, there is a need to basically integrate with industry, whether it is for any discipline, for any discipline. There is a need to integrate with industry, ensure that they are project-based assessments. Industries are called to the institute as practicing manager, which ICFI has been doing it since last almost like a decade, that we have been calling practicing managers to, out of 3 credit course, 33 sessions, at least 11 sessions, to be taken by industry, ensuring that whatever is happening in the industry is basically taught to the student. So similarly, AI related aspects have to be blended, embedded in our course curriculum to ensure that the students graduate AI aware. So that
Thank
is
you.
what.
So moving on to Professor Sanyal, where does that leave the human connect, the emotional well-being in this whole scenario? And how are B schools and how are educational institutes taking care of that aspect of education?
Well, the new generation is unique. We see the new generation now and coming up. They'll have to work on their own. The fact is that they feel that they want to not only they want to learn in their own space, the way they want to learn, and also what they want to learn. And maybe they want to go forth, learn, come back, one class over. No, they want to go back. If they don't understand, they will go again and learn. Or if they understand, they'll skip it. And they at times find in the classroom, the faculty who is teaching is at times is not adding value to them because they have learned all. It does not think that they are all are bad students and that they're doing lots. They are very good students. They learn on their own and they learn pretty good. Now, emotional connect has reduced significantly. We have to accept that. Not only in the hierarchical space, but at home also. The amount of time that parents spend with their children has gone down drastically. And that has impacted higher education. After COVID, I can tell you all my that the new generation and after COVID, the new generation has got a way of learning. Now, developing an emotional current has become a very, very important as well as very critical also. So every higher education institute now tries to have counselors, forums where they can go and express themselves, to meet them. Some of them likes to talk to the boards. They're fine taking counseling for the boards. The young generation, they're fine. They're happy with them. And I was reading an article on that. The amount of student money, like young generation who wants to take advantage or take counseling for boards have enhanced significantly. So this is a new generation to understand that. So the ecosystem in an educational institute, and that's what I'm saying, the universities or institution like us has to play a very important role to educate them on the ethics of using modern tools, how it can distort their thinking. Because don't think AI always puts all things which is ethical. And the way they put it is also not right. They reach out various knowledge to not so desirable audience. So we have to good governance, ethics, all these things is the onus of good institutes, or all institutes, why good institutes, all institutes to educate the students on this field. What is the wrong thing which can go if AI you used not in a right way? That's a danger part of it.
Sure. So coming to Mr. Basani, Professor Sanyal discussed about the ethics of AI. How in your institute are you dealing with some of the questions of AI, including cheating or unethical use of these tools?
I think my ma'am is right. I should ask her. Yeah, it is a very difficult point because the whole question comes down to what are we really evaluating for? And are we asking the right questions? Are we asking questions that require applied knowledge, or is it just very generic questions? And at a business school level, I think we have to stem away from doing things the usual way by asking traditional questions. And that's something that we keep discussing. I keep discussing this with our director, saying, can we re-look at the entire evaluation itself? We know we can't do anything with AI coming into play, but can you just, I don't know, introduce an internship at the right in the start of the program, or can you add a couple of more mini projects? So the entire point is a stark difference between learning and doing. If we aren't creating that environment for doing or practice, it really doesn't matter whether you have a 9.8 GPA or whatever. And we are moving away from that because we know that the evaluation has to be based on outcome that has an impact. If that isn't there, then what are you really evaluating? And you can go round in circles by changing the whole metrics of what evaluation is. But when it comes to, I mean, today, like I think the previous speaker also said it becomes quite evident when you know an individual, whether that work is truly done by that individual or not. And small example, we get hundreds of CVs. You can really tell that these are all ChatGPT CVs.
Very
and
true.
same thing with students submitting assignments.
Sure.
So the whole point is don't evaluate them for those things. Give them something that has them thinking. Otherwise, the
It's
whole
like
point
earlier we had this open book exam and we used to wonder how will, open
Yeah.
book exam be conducted.
Yeah, and
Something
don't give so much of an importance to that evaluation system, saying because you create a system of fear, and you create a system that, okay, I need to get this score, otherwise, I can't get into the job that I need.
Sure. Thank you. So coming to you, Professor Kidur, some of these aspects have been, dealt with in the national education policy. Now I know several states are not on the same page vis-a-vis NEP. So what solutions are being suggested by the states to address these ever-changing industry needs, the changing needs of younger generation, and also given the domination of technology?
See, to the best of my knowledge, whether it is NEP or the SEP, which was being spoken about, they give broad guidelines, right? And probably, they indicate that students should have more of hands-on experience. So more opportunity should be created for internships and other things. Now, why it becomes important is that so far we have been a very, very rigid system as far as the typical university system is concerned, that you must have so much component for internals, you must have an end-term exam. There are some institutes which do not do that. They feel that, okay, this is the right way of assessment. I will not have an interim exam also. So I think NEP has given some flexibility, maneuverability. Right. Now coming to the part that sir was speaking about, which is ethics. Right. I think that is something which is very important, which has to be made mandatory. You had asked me a question which I did not answer. That is about adaptability, right? Actually, it is a whole thing is about shaping the attitude of students. Today, what we see is that they are more very transactional, especially, when it comes to B schools where everyone has to go out with a job. And the ecosystem also seems to, support that feeling. We train them on how to give interviews. We train them on how to write CVs and all. Everything is centered around getting a job. I think what is important is the convincing them that you are studying for a career which is going to be there for 40 years and there is so much of uncertainty. So that is where, this adaptability concept also comes, right? So doing something by fear that, if I don't do if I do this, I'll be penalized, I think is not as good as doing something by conviction, saying that this is not the right thing to do. That is where I think most of the higher education is having problems, right? Because most of us would agree here when we went to school, it was more about shaping attitude, right? Making us understand what is right and what is wrong. Today, I don't think that happens. And probably in a place where they spend 1.5 years, it's a big challenge to shape the way they see the world, right? So, of course, government seems to have now realized that, there's no longer the traditional way of delivery. The way students consume content also is different these days. And they're very happy being alone. Sir was saying that, in fact, I was talking to an HR manager. He said me that he recruited someone. After 1 month, he came and asked the HR manager, can I have some work where I don't have to work with others? So these are the challenges that we are facing. The lot of bravery on the social media, but social shyness has increased.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Krishnan, I would like you to make the concluding remarks from you.
I think, one challenge before all of us is that, AI may not be the end of the story. I mean, there are a lot of other changes which could happen. I don't know what they are, but there are people who look into the future of technology and so on. I'm sure they can tell you. So I think we should sort of keep asking ourselves, what are we trying to do in the education system? And what do we need to do that effectively? So clearly, we have to be able to adapt to the technological changes around us. But at the same time, there are some basic and core things we are trying to achieve through the education system, and we need to remain, in a way, faithful to those. So I think there's a tendency when any of these big changes come to get shaken up by them, which is natural. But at the same time, we shouldn't lose sight of what our fundamental mission is. And I think that's really where we need to focus. I think I'm just listening to the other panelists. I can see that all of us are trying to address that in our own way, with, of course, dealing with all the changes in the environment around us. But I think that's really the core. We really need to understand what is the purpose of education? Why do we exist? What are we trying to achieve? And how can we achieve that in the best possible way, given the environment in which we are?
Sure. Finally, Dr. Singh, your concluding remarks.
So NEP or SEP, state education policy, or whatever the institute takes, ultimately the goal is to ensure that the students, when they graduate, when they come out, they are industry ready, or they are ready for the career that they have chosen. It might not always be management institute, it would be different other courses. And for that, in the changing circumstances, as sir was also saying, the level of the time duration within which they can sit in the class is only half an hour, and after that they get distracted. So in terms of all those things, keeping that in scenario, it is very important that higher education institute should also think about how to basically tackle those kind of challenges. Do we still go to that rigid fixed syllabi system, or do we basically go to a modular outcome-based education, where you talk about micro-credential programs, where the students can go for a particular program, understand it in their own way, at their own pace in the personalized learning system, and then go ahead and earn credits. So maybe we are already being forced into go into that direction, where we already see that the rigid system is not working anymore. And we have to think of how to integrate the new education system to basically tackle those challenges that we are facing, and ensure that the students are really ready and they understand that since it is changing every 5 months, as ma'am said, since the job scenario is changing every 1 year or 2 year, how do we become a lifelong learner? How do I ensure that I skill myself, I reskill myself, and I keep upskilling myself?
Sure, thank you. Do we have time for 1 or 2 questions? Or is it up? Huh? Oh, time is over. So sorry. Huh? One, so, sir, you have asked, maybe someone else can, student, yeah. Please. Sir, actually, this young student can maybe.
Yes. I'm playing safe. Moderator pointed towards her. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So I have a question for you. My name is Shivani from Dhanansa University. Dr. Guruja, sir, you mentioned about the research thing. So as for students, we have to coordinate with our management as well as for the research thing. We use AI for the enhancement or for the content which we are delivering. So we use for that. What is your thought for that, sir?
No, I think, is it a student-faculty partnership kind of a research?
Yes, as for a student, if I wanted to coordinate with my teacher for a bigger research program,
Mm.
so I wanted to, for enhancing my content, I research AI, I take some content which is useful for that. So is it good, or like any comments on that, sir?
See, research is all about asking some meaningful, original, relevant questions. Now, if that has come from you, and also based on that, okay, if this is the question that I'm asking, how do I get the answer? What information is required for that? What data should I collect? And if I have this data, what kind of a treatment that data should be subjected, right? So there also, if you have your own original learning coming into the fore, I don't think there is any problem, right? Now, the point here is, if somebody is giving an assignment on communication, and then AI is used to generate that report, I would see it differently, rather than if the objective of the assignment is different, right? So I don't know whether I have answered your question or no.
Yes, sir, you are.
Otherwise, I'll ask any of my panelists to answer that. Sir?
Yeah, so can we take one more question, or? Sir, we have to.
No, anyways, I don't want the mic. How do we address similar? How do we address the AI's intrusion, safeguarding the academic integrity? That is, raising concern of plagiarism, where the reliance on AI-generated content and potential decline in critical thinking. That is the most serious issue. Yeah, if somebody can please.
See, I think most of the institutes will have some kind of a handbook where a code of ethics and code of conduct is articulated. It could be possible that you bring in AI elements also in that, right? That is one. And second thing is, today madam was talking about somebody getting 0. See, the point is, sir, one is guilty only if is caught. Right? If you are not able to detect that, it has been plagiarized, then you can't do anything. But the moment you know that, this is a result of plagiarism, then you must be very clear how are you going to treat that? Then there is no debate on that. You cannot have discretion there. It has to be systemic.
In many of the assignments and projects today, for example, I know some of our faculty colleagues, along with the question, they are giving the ChatGPT solution also. They're saying, don't submit this back, you have to do something better. So, I mean, I think you have to find ways of addressing it so that the students don't just give you back the same.
Right. I think we'll just end it with one.
To add to this, I tell you, now the challenge lies with the faculty. How to give the question so that two individuals cannot have the same answer. And all, especially faculty teaching AI-related courses, they have to allow ChatGPT or all modern technology what they're teaching. They can teach, and they cannot allow them to apply. That doesn't make sense. But the question that they set has to be a unique one. The data they give may be same, but the answers may be different. Or question has to be made in such a way. And they're doing it. Faculty members are doing it. And that's what's important.
I'll just add one line. Absolutely agree to what sir says. There's absolutely no way of stopping this. The students will use that. So every institute, as sir was saying, have AI policy. We also have got that added into our curriculum or course handouts. But in spite of that, the students use. So the best way is to basically integrate the same. So we have instances where faculty member has told that, okay, you get the answer from ChatGPT, but critique it. Or you get answer from two different models of ChatGPT. Maybe one from ChatGPT, another from Gemini or anybody, and see the comparison. Tell me what does it tells, where is the difference, how your question answered that particular answer, and how have you basically reached to this point. So I think more than the answer, the process of reaching to the solution becomes more important, or doing that critic of the answer which is given by an AI bot is more important. Maybe that helps, but otherwise asking student to stop, it's never going to happen, sir.
In
Thank
fact,
you so
Harvard,
much.
Harvard has come up with one-page cases now. No pre-read, no submission, give it in the class, run it in the class.
Thank you so much. We'll have, okay, there's
Definitely one last.
one last question. After that, we'll have to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Surjabrat Buragohai from ICFI Business School, Bengaluru. So my question is open to any of the panelists. See, earlier also Professor Niranjana talked about like how, although we have come out of those situations where the food crisis, for example, but we still have 194.6 million people going hungry every night. So how do we leverage AI for inclusivity? Because gross enrollment ratio in higher education is less than 50%. So can we leverage, when we talk about reinventing higher education, is there any way that AI we can discuss in terms of inclusivity? The word is inclusivity. Thank you.
Who would like to answer?
Well, see, last NEP report, what I say. The point is that the biggest challenge of Government of India is to bring in this inclusivity. You mentioned about enrollment ratio. It's not 50%, it's less than 30%. Now it has moved from 26% to 37%. And online education has to play a big role. We don't have so much of infrastructure. We don't have so much of funds. The report says investment in education, Government India, but budget after budget has gone after the last education report has come. The investment in the government sector has not been so alarming. We have not been able to, we don't have funds. So private sector is a pitching. So way that we have to go forward is only online to bring inclusivity. And to get online, the first thing, electricity is also important. A lot of places in India, they don't get electricity, forget about internet. So there is a challenge, but it is being addressed, and I'm quite sure. And in every specific, if during political campaign and during COVID time, mobile could have been used, each and every villagers could be given to hear the speeches of the political leader. Why can't internet go to the villages and with electricity? So that is being addressed. I'm quite sure within a couple of years' time, it will happen. And so in that case, and students or young folk in the villages are very savvy with using mobile phones. Today's mobile phones are what? All are AI enabled. They force you to learn. They keep on throwing up various interest area where you are interested. So I'm quite sure once it is given, it's not very far away, India will be connected. And the address the question you have raised, if not in 100%, the big population of India will be addressed. Will get achieved. Agility is very critical now, and everyone has to learn. There's no way out.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussion, very engaging. And thanks to all my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Absolutely delightful and insightful. Absolute pleasure. Could I request all of you for a group picture as we capture this moment? And we can join hands one more time, loud and clear, please. That was the first panel discussion. And now we quickly segue into the next one. Thank you. All right, before we introduce this second panel discussion right here, we'll just take a moment for the panelists. All right, while we refill the bottles and get the stage set for second panel discussion, which is going to be exciting and insightful, just like the first one was, we're just going to do a 1 minute of a small mindset kind of a icebreaker. How many of you have been to school here? Could you put your hands up? How many of you have been to school? You've attended school? If you don't raise your hands up, it's going to raise. Yeah, exactly the point. I want everyone to put your hands up. You all have been to school? Okay, we're just going to journey back. Of course, we're right here at the Higher Education Summit. So we're going to do this very interesting exercise, going to take you journey back to your school days. I want everybody to close your eyes for 30 seconds and strictly follow this 30 seconds. I want everybody to close your eyes for 30 seconds. And we want you to think of one particular classroom or a standard or a grade back from your senior high, say from 6th to 10th or 11th, 12th also. Think of one particular classroom. Everybody close your eyes, if you could do this. Think of one particular classroom. It could be your 7th, 8th, 9th. Randomly, can you shout out and tell me which classroom are we thinking about? I'm sure there's something that you remember about it, your desk, your friend, your lunchbox, your school bag, the blackboard, the teacher. Randomly shout out which classroom are you thinking about? 10th, 7th, 8th, 10th grade, 8th grade. Okay. We all had one teacher or one subject that we hated or they hated us. Correct? So now keep your eyes closed and randomly you're in that particular classroom and tell me which subject was it? Maths, unanimously maths there. History, physics, chemistry. All right. Looks like the chemistry between the teacher and you did not work there. Now eyes closed for this 10 seconds. Now you're seated in that particular classroom, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. It's that hour of your most hated subject or teacher, maths, chemistry, whichever it is, history. Now, today at this hour, you're supposed to submit an assignment or a homework, which you did not do. You already don't like this hour, this classroom, this teacher, this subject, and you know it's going to be bad because you've not done your homework assignment. Now, the door opens. Someone walks in and they say, hey, your maths, chemistry, history teacher is absent. How did we feel back then? Yes. Open your eyes now. In that hour of free period, we probably learned more than what that hour would have taught us. Right? We talk about innovation, networking, collaboration. It started in that free hour. We innovated the pen fight, making ball out of any waste materials we could find. We networked, we collaborated. So this summit, this next panel discussion, and the entire day that we've planned up for you is that free hour where we walk across, talk to people, innovate, collaborate. End of the day, we celebrate. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause. Let's bring back the energy in the house and let's have panel discussion number 2 kickstart. It's about navigating ethical dilemmas in the age of AI, big data, and disruptive technologies. To spearhead this as the moderator, we have our very own Mr. Ved Shukla, advisor, BW Retail World, to join us with a big cheer. Come on, everybody, for the moderator. And joining in, we've got the Dean, Triple ITB. We have Professor Chandrasekhar Ramanathan in the house. A big cheer to welcome him on stage, Professor Chandrasekhar. And also we have the Vice Chancellor from Davangere University. We have Professor B.D. Kumbar in the house. A big cheer. Clap it out loud, please. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Director at Jain University, Dr. Sagar Gulati. Can we have a big cheer for Dr. Sagar from Jain University? There's a personal reason. I'm from Jain myself. And we have Professor Pro Vice Chancellor from Dayanand Sagar University, Professor R. Janardhan in the house. A big round of applause to all of them right here on stage. And we were supposed to have Professor C.M. Thagaraja from Rani Chennamma University. Couldn't make it because of some personal reason. But for now, we have the Fantastic Five here for panel discussion number 2. Over to the moderator, Ved Shukla sir, all yours.
Hello. Welcome all my senior accomplished stalwarts on this panel. This is talking about ethical dilemmas. So something was touched a little bit when we were discussing, the earlier panel was discussing. So, the AI, ML, the machines and all that, what had been discussed since morning, is definitely bringing a lot of dilemmas. So to start with, what I would like to understand for myself and for everyone else, that, ethical dilemmas in what all areas are being faced operationally. If you can, in one line, tell that so that, we can then build on that. So.
To put something in one line, is really probably the most challenging. But then I've done it. My entire career was devoted to advertising. And I always believe that messages have to be very short, 6 words, 7 words, especially if you are writing a message for an outdoor, you can't go beyond 7 words. Visit the best site that gives you quick answers. Any question can be answered. And I think I'm giving you the hint, what you can do to get quick answers. My co-panelists will probably, elaborate on that. Thank you.
So I request the moderator to divide these 3 to 3 panelists. Then 3 panelists, they are going to present something that is on the dilemmas that is in big data or AI or disruptive technology. Then you can go for the discussion. It's better.
Yes, I think the basic question was, as an higher education institution, what are the different domains where we encounter ethical dilemmas? So I would like to be more direct than the abstract this thing. See, I think if you look at the key stakeholders, again, ethical dilemmas are faced by the students. And as a research-led institution, so we also, our researchers, faculty researchers face enormous amount of ethical dilemmas, and the perils associated with ethical dilemmas or compromises at the other side. So they have been at the receiving end as well. So that is the second kind of ethical dilemmas that we face. And finally, even when we look at it, so education institutions don't operate in isolation. So obviously we have to connect with the ethical dilemmas that is faced by the users of AI, which is essentially the industry who are building AI-led applications. So we have to be able to cater to address or support the use cases of AI in an ethical manner, and that has to start. As they say, charity starts at home. I think ethical responsibility starts within the education institutions. So I think these are the three broad domains of ethical dilemmas that education institutions have to address.
I'll put it into perspective. I drive myself. I was driving to be at this particular venue. At 10:45, I was passing through a very crowded kind of a market, and I see a shop, which is a general store shop, closed. My ethical dilemma starts there, that a shop in middle of a very crowded market, how can it be closed at 10:45? And daily when I reach back at my home from my workplace, between 7 to 9:30, I see my wife placing 3 different orders. One to Zepto, one to Blinkit, one to something else, a similar platform. And I see 3 different people knocking my gate, somebody delivering a milk box, somebody delivering a bunch of potatoes. I am confused whether the shop being closed is an outcome of disruption of technology which is brought, or that employment which has been generated for 3 different folks. I'm telling the example of 1.5 hours and one house. Imagine the number of houses in a city like Bangalore, and for that matter, India, and for that matter, world. So I believe the organizers have very thoughtfully and in a very tricky way could think of a theme for a panel discussion, which I think, and with utmost respect to everybody, very difficult. The dilemmas are so intense, so intrinsic to whatever we do in our day-to-day things. I think I could see some of these students, I got a call that some of Jane's students can come, but they had the exam. And this was again a dilemma, but since the next generation is sitting here, I am sure they will be more relevant set of people, the new techies, who will perhaps be able to solve. With utmost respect, I think this generation will find it difficult to figure out a solution for the dilemmas, but I am very sure that the new generation will certainly do so.
Young people here, when you join the work situation, don't expect life of comfort, okay? Year one, you are given more time to respond to a particular project or a normal work. And the normal expectation is jobs become repetitive as you spend more time on work. You may change companies, but work that you were doing, say, 1 hour or 10 hours or 5 hours can get reduced to 1% of the time that you were using previously. And over a period of time, what you do becomes very irrelevant from an employer point of view. It is taken for granted, and 90% of the time is supposed to be spent very creatively, something new. So an employer's expectation of an employee and the organization keeps changing. There is demand. Now, you should not think that it is exploitation. It isn't. The mind gets attuned to do very normal things. When you drive first time, whether it's a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, you are extremely cautious. But then when it gets habituated, you go to office, you are not applying your mind at all. It becomes very automatic. You use your mobile, you talk on telephone. I mean, it's not ethical, it's not legal, but then you continue to do all your normal functions and still reach office. So also when you go into workplace, the time that you invest in year one to do X type of work gets reduced by more than half, and your employer expects you to take more work because the time that you require to complete a task gets reduced and more jobs need to be added. And that is how you justify your own requirement in an organization. And whatever technology that may come, and you're supposed to embrace new technology. There is no question of ethics or being non-ethical. There's nothing like that. Technology is for all of us to benefit and gain from. We have to embrace technology to the best. It's a teacher, student, employer, employee, just everybody, to make somebody's life comfortable. So technology, you like it or not, it has come. It is part of the system. We all have to embrace, take advantage, deliver faster, cheaper to survive in a competitive world.
Thank you for that, Professor. When coming back to the institute you are running and the ethical dilemmas, my question when I asked was that in what format? I mean, is ethical dilemmas are faced when students come and submit their assignments, which we were discussing, or the ethical dilemmas are faced when the teachers are teaching, using AI, not using AI, or when you are using AI in your administrative things where you are, using big data, what is the sanctity of that data, what is security of that data. So essentially that is what it is. So my question is that how are you ensuring that AI powered systems and big data analytics are used in an ethical and transparent manner in your institution, sir? We can start with Dr. John.
The day from typewriters, handwriting to typewriters to computers, okay? How did we evolve? Why did we use all that? So, and now you don't need to even write lengthy letters. You got to key in certain sentences and you get your answers. Now, I don't see anything unethical about it. You get beautiful answers, and which normally would have taken one full day, you get it in 5 minutes, even before your question is answered. So what is wrong about it? Now, the question is, you are looking for original answers in a student project or in a teacher's class. That is something which we can't dispense with. There's no substitute to that. A student to survive in life, you got to be original, but there's nothing wrong in doing a reference. This is what even people in the past have done. Doctors have done, scientists have done. So reference to past studies, past experiments is not wrong, but taking it forward is something. Using the past studies and past research outcomes is, I feel, 100% ethical.
So especially in our universities, because majority of the students are here, whenever you are going to be asked to submit an assignment, so you are submitting an assignment, whether it is copied or original, it is very difficult to identify it by the teachers. So when a teacher is going through your assignments, then again, at present, whether you are going to make use of your the assignments, the projects, the thesis, especially I am talking about the research aspects. Forget about the assignments that's in the classroom. So when we are talking that's about the researcher is collecting the data. Say for example, that is in the case of the big data. So especially when they are collecting the data, whether it is original or fake, how to identify. So even many times, yes, we know very well as a research guide, the lot of data is the fake. So when it is fake, then when we are going for the analysis of the data, ultimately we will get the wrong results. So as a student, as a teacher, we have to teach them what is ethical and what is unethical. So almost all the guides and the research scholars, they are in dilemma. Because even as a student, as a research scholars, when I have prepared my questionnaire, when it was distributed to all the clients, say for example, the random sampling. So when we are distributing the questionnaires, the majority of the people, they are not going to give an answer. So we will not get back the questionnaire. When the researcher is not getting back the questionnaire, minimum 70 to 80% of the questionnaires or the data he has to get. Otherwise, he cannot go for the analysis and he cannot go for the presentation of or submission of the thesis. Under the circumstances, the research scholar as well as the guides, they have to go for the compromise. When they are going for the compromise, the problem is going to arise. Say, for example, that's in the case of the public health. So we are collecting the data that is about the public health. So whether we are going to maintain the privacy or not, because especially at present, the majority of even the people, those they are involving that is in the surveys, they are also thinking so seriously whether to give the data or not to give the data. Even many times when I am going to be asked to give the data, I too also I will give the wrong data. So why it's happening? Because fully knowing well, I am not doing the ethical issues So when we are going to address some of the complicated issues, because especially when we are talking about the privacy, so I need to maintain the privacy. I have to give an assurance, that is to the survey people, those they have been involved in the survey, I have to maintain the privacy. I am not going to disclose your data. Then once again, they will come back. So as students are here, you are all facing this type of the dilemmas, that is especially during your research. Thank you.
Yeah, see, I think even in the last panel discussion, especially from a student point of view, it was pointed out that it should never be viewed as the use of these AI tools as part of the classroom experience or learning experience. It should never be viewed as a cat and mouse game, right? So it's a no-win situation, right? And so one of the things that we attempted to do is to actually try to reason why, while these are all productivity enhancing tools, and like the announcer said, if you have the submission that's coming up in 1 hour, then maybe that's probably the only resort. But having said that, the reason why we try to motivate them to do the things on their own is to be able to validate what these automatically generated responses are doing, right? So, for example, even the previous panel discussion, right? Generating software is a click of a button, but then the code it has generated, right? So I'm sure if there are any programmers here, now there are some exception handling code that is being given there. Now, do we even understand how the exception handling works, right? So if you don't know how that piece of code is working, what is the fun in taking that and submitting it? Because at the end of the day, the objective is to ensure that you know how that piece of program works, right? So it is not going to serve any purpose other than getting you that piece of grade, because at the end of the day, even if you crack and enter into the job market after on the basis of these quote unquote inflated grades, right? How is it going to help you in solving real problems, right? So when you talk about generating production quality code and so on, so the code that it generates is hardly production quality. So you should know how to tweak that. And by the time you realize that, it is already too late. So I think you should, that's how we have tried to motivate students to, by all means, utilize ChatGPT or whatever it is to for increasing productivity, but not at the cost of learning what is being taught in the class. Thank you.
Sir, I believe the questions are changing. As an educator, 5 years back, I used to ask my students, have you done the assignment? Today, my question has become how you have done the assignment. It's not have you, that's not a question anymore. Have you done it? Everybody can do it. So while I talk to my colleagues and some of them are here, I normally tell them that I don't need a 2-page explanation of something which I've assigned to you. I need a 3-line explanation. Now you go to your chatbots, you go to your prompts, you go to your tools. See, as educators, we have to think the larger purpose, what we are doing and why we are doing. So if till yesterday, I was reading a research paper written by a scholar, knowing fully that X has written this, and in my research article, I was citing it. It was ethically correct. Today, if I'm referring to a prompt machine, which is giving me some output, some response, I am creating an outcome out of it. I think as long as I'm able to cite it, that it has been generated through a DeepSeek or a Llama or a Gemini or a Chat GPT, plus I'm able to explain what I've learned out of it. I think it's high time as an educators, we also have to open up our minds. We always teach our students that you have to think out of the box. I think for the first time, the teaching community is being challenged, all of us, that we tweak and we innovate in how we assess these students. Rather than giving them answer sheets to write, it's more of the explanation part, because if the child has understood, for me as an educator, whether he understood from a chat GPT response or from a book, and when we talk about books, while I was studying, I was finding it difficult whether Koth is right for normalization or Navate is better for 3-tier architecture. whether it is Yashwant Kanitkar or Bala Gurusamy, we have to be a little empathetic. They are stuck between tutorials.com versus Geek for Geek or something like that. The landscape is changing. We should be open as long as the end outcome of teaching learning process is attained. We should be a little open-minded how that output has been generated, provided they have learned what they wanted to learn or what they were supposed to learn.
Yeah, Professor Janardhan, definitely.
Allow students to write the way they want. A good teacher will randomly call students, one of them from bench, fourth bench, third boy, come on the stage, explain what you have done. Read out if you can't, and then again ask a question from within with a twisted way, so that if the boy or girl has really understood, he would have done references, done whatever, even a little non-ethical thing also, it's okay. But then if he has gone through the process of learning by spending 1 hour, 2 hours or 3 hours, I think he deserves some kind of a support and understanding from the class and from the teacher. That is one. Now, and I know of an American professor. He had to send me a one-pager on some particular document, and I counted. There were only 4 lines in the top, 1/3 of the page. Bottom, there were about 20 lines, and there were 40 citations. Every word that he had used from somewhere, it was cited or attributed to somebody. Now, that is integrity, intellectual integrity, something which we can't allow our young generation to sacrifice. Please don't do it. But to get motivated, to get inspired, do references, do a lot of reading. I used to use the thesaurus in addition to a dictionary when I started my career. Okay, so today, you're all have the liberty to construct lines, sentences, and paragraphs and essays. But then it should not become a habit or a shortcut to success.
Very aptly said, Professor Janardhan. And as you said that when the student, a lot of students are sitting here, when you go out in the real life, if you have only used ChatGPT or any other things and not used your brain, I think you will be not successful that manner. So earlier also, Professor said that in the earlier panel that now Howard has resorted to something where one pager in the class, so that at least that you guys can assess, the teachers can assess the learning curve of the student. So taking this thought forward, these are all wisdom-driven decisions by the faculty, right? Whether the student has used, not used. But because as in every domain, when there are, walls created, the policing is done, even dacoits come, right? So even then for that, you need to have technology, so disruptive technology. So my question is that, are there resources which are being provided to help faculty navigate the ethical implication of AI, big data, disruptive technologies which the students are using? Are there anything, or how do we, empower the faculty to, teach in these tough times? So anybody want to take that question? Yeah, Dr. Tyag.
So it's a very good question, but the thing is, I think last 6 months back, the Higher Education Council of Karnataka, they have organized the Vice Chancellor's meet, in which even we have been discussed that is about we can give the books that is to the students even in the examinations also, because it has been already practiced in some of the countries. So our higher education minister said, this is not a good time for that. We have to deliberate and discuss that is about it. So as you said, there are observers, there are invigilators, there are squads, but even then some of the students, they are involving that is in such type of the cases. But only the thing is, we have to train the teachers. So whether the student is involving some of the unethical activities, that is from the beginning. It's the duty of the teacher. He has to take such type of the students and they have to train properly. Because when the student is involving in unethical activities, it is the duty of a teacher to train them, to educate them. In fact, even I am of the opinion that almost all the students, they are in dilemmas. Am I right or wrong? Almost all the students, they are in dilemmas. Say, for example, after SSC, whether to go for the commerce or science or arts or BCA. So, like that, the whole education system, especially the stakeholders, they are fully under dilemma. So, it is the responsibility that is on the part of the higher education institutions. So, we have to help the students, we have to support the students. Finally, I am of the opinion that even our higher education institutions also, they are also in dilemma. Say, for example, just I will give one example. Each one of us, you are expecting the quality higher education from each and every institution. Whether is it possible or the higher education institutions, they are providing such type of the education or not. So therefore, even as a student, you are searching only for such type of the educational institutions. Finally, you are going to take admissions. After taking the admission, once again, you will feel back. So I was also under dilemma. Then again, I have been failed. Why I took admission for this particular course or for in this particular college. So such type of the dilemmas, they are very common. That is among the students as well as the teachers. So I hope this summit is going to help the students as well as the leaders of the higher education institutions to think so seriously that is about some of the ethical issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagaraja. Dr. Sagar, you would like to say anything on this?
Sir, multiple aspects are there. So when I look at the tool per se, so if we talk about the tool, I believe the most reliable tool that we all look at is Turnitin. And even Turnitin says that below 20%, there's a possibility of false positive. So I'll not be able to comment upon whether the response is generated by a chatbot prompt or something else. But I will be very honest, brutally honest to the student community that even Turnitin is defiable. So the responses, the reports that they generate, which shows that the response sheet that they have created as a below 20% generative AI component, it can be defiable. So there are multiple paraphrasing tools. Again, we have to come to the factual understanding, and I look at it being a father of a growing child who is into teenager stage. I feel this technology is at a stage where in next not long, but maybe 1 year, maybe 1.5 years, less than couple of years, this will enter into a teenage phase, and our advisories and guidelines will have to be turned into the regulations. It will evolve. So today, if anybody makes a big statement, it's a little harsh. So this child will become a teenager. The rules and regulations will come into practice. I will get to know that if I cross a red light, there is a challan which I have to pay, and eventually the process will evolve. One. Two is, best to my limited understanding, at this age when they have done their +2, I'll give you another example. The school today gives an assignment to summarize a book called Psychology of Money. I'm just taking an example in 250 words to a student of 7th grade. And a 7th grade student today knows he has to go to ChatGPT, give a prompt and get the answer. We are living in that era. So I believe rather than we start educating these children who have the access to great things, it will happen if we start doing it at a middle school level. From 6th, 7th, 8th, when the syllabi changes and all those things happen, then we have to create very robust structure. And those structures will evolve. It will take its own time, but we will have to come to a policy, the phenomenon that if you break the red light, there is a penalty. That's how the process will evolve as to what I understand, sir.
So this brings to my other question, and that is aimed to Professor Chandrasekhar, that what are the technological interventions which are available or possible to help in ethical compliance? And I think at IIT Bombay, I mean IIT, this area, there has been some research, and we would like you to share that, please.
Thank you. Thank you for asking this question and taking the heat of my post students. So I think the objective is definitely not to pinpoint and belabor on that point. So I'll kind of slightly change the tack on this one, because we should understand that these ethical dilemmas, and I think even the title of the caption doesn't say it is limited to higher education, because these dilemmas which are caused by AI, big data, and other disruptive technologies is faced all around. So I'm going to, even if you just step out of the education institution context and go into the application areas, go to the industry, right? So there are so many industries, everybody is embracing these technologies. Now, they themselves are facing so many ethical dilemmas along the way, right? You take about the BFSI domain, right? So they are dealing with all kinds of data, all kinds of information, deep information about their customers, about the clients, and so on, right? So there are ethical dilemmas that are being faced all across, all around, right? So you take, we talked about healthcare. So everywhere these dilemmas are being faced, and so one of the interesting state of the art, if you look at it, right? So to me, the closest thing that comes to ethics, kind of ethical dilemmas, is security, for example, right? So security has evolved over a period of time, and today we have enormous number of tools, technologies, standards, which will ensure that more or less, right? Obviously, it is still not the end of the game there, but still we are reasonably okay when it comes to, we know at least how to ensure security compliance. But when it comes to ethics, now it is still a lot of gray area. And in fact, ethics as a topic is not new, right? It has been very closely linked, and it has been deeply studied. It has been linked to cultural value systems and so on. So now the only thing that has happened when it comes to technology is that now there is an expectation, just like the older, in the security, in the physical security, we used to put a physical lock there. Now we have replaced with digital locks. So along similar lines, so we are trying to look at what kind of technology interventions can we bring in to ensure ethical compliance. Even ethical compliance as a term is not well defined today. But at least there are two parts to that, and one of them is saying policy, right? So policy, at least there has been a good amount of progress that has been done. Now even our own country's DPDP policy is one step in that direction. And for example, just recently, we were in a conference wherein the UN representatives were there, because they were reviewing our digital public infrastructure projects, and they were saying, is it compliant with the United Nations policy on ethical use, right? So these questions, right questions, are getting asked. So now where the next level of research, now if we have students and even faculty members who are engaged in technology research, is how do you translate these policy related documents into technological firewalls, right? So can we have an ethical firewall, like we have security firewall today, which says that, okay, I'm trying to do something, I'm trying to access this particular data for this particular purpose. Can ethical firewall can put a rap in a knuckle and then say, no, you are not supposed to access this particular data for this purpose. Right. So that is something that we are deeply looking into it, and we are grateful to Government of Karnataka for actually funding a center at IIITB called Center for Internet of Ethical Things. Even the name of the center itself is very interesting. Now we are talking about ethical things. Now, which means that we are already acknowledging that things are intelligent. So there is likely to be ethical dilemmas that are associated with it, and so on. So that is something which we are looking into, and we have a long way to go ahead, but I think this is a good start.
Wonderful. So how much time we have? Okay. So now, since morning we had been talking about using AI in various things in terms of even creating question papers and assessments and MCQs and whatnot. So the thing is that AI has its own biases, right? And and generative AI is very crazy. So one day I did a research on, I did a prompt on Chinatown in Bangalore. So AI started talking about Chinatown in Bangalore. There is this, they do events, they do this, they do that, you know. So can you imagine what kind of crazy stuff is happening there? So, how do you address potential biases in AI-powered systems and big data analytics? Dr. Janardhan, Professor Janardhan.
This is where any of us, if we rely too much on technology without using our own intellect, we get caught because we are cut pasting something which is written by a machine, and the authors who put that text, they did it in their country for and to promote that particular country's philosophy or business interests. So either India should come out with a matching technology solutions, or every country should start doing it. Otherwise, we end up getting caught for having shortchanged ourselves. So I don't think that is the purpose of a boy, girl, young boy, girl coming into school, college. So you are given enough time and support from family and from the parents and the teachers in your school and classroom. So please follow the proper way that and use your time very usefully. Go to libraries, do extra study. Every teacher cannot be wonderful teachers, but then they are doing their task. But there are great teachers within that given context. Make use of them, and for the kind of knowledge that you already have after you pass class 10, that is good enough. Your English ability, your communication skill, everything is good enough. What you have learned in school, and spending more time in library will make you more stronger. So, but then again, how to write a beautiful essay. There is nothing wrong in you writing one on your own and going to a machine to ask for and do a comparison of how a machine was better or how it is it is giving a different version of how Mr. Ved Prakash just now mentioned. Okay, so there is definitely a machines can do mischief, and therefore we got to be very careful. But then aircrafts have been flying for decades without relying on AI and things like that. So you should now be a little more cautious to see what is a reliable technology friend and what is not. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to take this fairness and biases in AI and how we are addressing that in education?
After user, please.
So very recently, we have started using AI that is in the classrooms. So first of all, as the General Secretary of the AIU said, the capacity building, the training for the teachers is most important. So when the teachers are going to be trained, that is in the use of the AI that's in the classroom, either for the teaching or learning, including the research and innovation activities. So since we are the beginners, because engineering colleges, they have been adopted the technology almost 30, 40 years onwards. But the higher education institutions, especially the schools and the colleges, very recently they have been started using the technology that is in the classrooms. So therefore, even using AI, whether it is right or wrong, say for example, when AI is used for grading, as an autonomous, the machine, it may grade it properly, it may not grade it. So if something goes wrong, then unnecessarily the students are the sufferers. So therefore, whenever we are using the AI, in my opinion, using AI is good for the improvements that is in the education. But at the same time, we are in dilemma whether to use it or not use. So why we are in dilemma? The problem is whether the AI is going to improve our thinking capacity, the creativity. So even many times when a school student, he or she, they are depending upon only the machines, they are going to lose their thinking capacity, the creativity also. So that's how the parents, the teachers, we have to concentrate more whether my kid is thinking independently or not. If once they are going to lose that independent thinking capacity, I have my own doubts. Even the machines are not going to help our students, especially that is in the field of the education.
Sir, I believe the way to error is human. Similarly, to have biases is also human. And we have to remember that these data sets which exist all over, they're created by human beings. These algorithm today which are predicting future or which are learning from itself, they've been prepared, manufactured, created by the human beings. So bias, as long as we remain biased, our data sets will be biased, our algorithms will be biased. So we have to kind of think above it. While as soon as you asked this question, I just one thought triggered in my mind. I opened my phone, looked at Google. I had a different thought process. I typed top CEOs individual pictures. I was hoping that it would be 70% or 80% of male and remaining 20-30% female. But to my surprise, it was more or less equally distributed. So since we are talking a lot about women empowerment and a lot of empowerment is happening on ground, so our data set is from being right skewed or left skewed, it is being coming to a very rational kind of a situation. So I believe it's a collective responsibility if we are able to create our data sets which are unbiased, which is a very difficult job. We all have biases, and biases are, again, best to what I understand, can be categorized in two different ways. I may have a bias towards my spouse because she is my spouse, and I may have a bias towards somebody who has earned that position. So while we work, so I'm trying to address the student community. At times, it's very easy to believe that a teacher has a bias towards a certain student. It normally happens. Yesterday, I was talking to my team on changing role of the educator and the kind of problems we are facing while dealing with these students because they know their rights. I don't know how much they practice their responsibilities, but they are very aware as far as their rights are concerned. And they normally allege that X teacher is biased towards Y student. Now, the first thought that comes to my mind is it can be for a wrong reason as well. But a teacher and student, if they didn't know each other, the bias might be an earned position. But as far as teaching learning process is concerned, I believe as long as we create unbiased data sets, the world will be more unbiased, though it's a difficult job, but somewhere somebody has to start. And I believe the people sitting here should take the first step towards it.
Okay, now coming to my last question, and as you said that we should not be, bombarding the students. The students and the faculty, of course, using AI or whatever, is creating, I mean, their own original content also, right? So the teachers are, it has been happening that so how do we protect that data which the faculty is creating and which the student is creating? How do we protect that in the era of AI and all these disruptive technologies? What privacy are we employing?
No, I think that's a very good question. So there are multiple aspects to that as well, right? So even when you talk about ethical use of AI within education institutions as well. So one of the challenges is that now we are all very privacy sensitive, right? So we talk about that, and gone are the days where we used to display the grades on the notice board, right? So these days we try to send them across as personalized messages and things like that. But having said that, there is always this balance that we have to strike. If we want to get deeper insights, we need more access to the data. So that is where I said, so this has to be balanced with a very sound policy, saying that if we want to access certain data and do something with it, the purpose has to be linked with it. And so that the right people get the necessary access to the right data. So which means that there is this additional dimension of responsible use that has to be brought in, which is not addressed by the traditional security systems. Security systems used to talk about role-based access control. So it used to say that if you are in that position of authority, you will have access to do whatever you want, right? Now that has to be now tempered with additional dimension called responsible use. So I think that is the new element that we have to bring in to ensure that many of these concerns are also addressed in the usage of ethical usage of information.
Okay, so I would like to conclude with this last question of mine, and sir is also sitting here. So I think because Professor Janardhan said that, all students should be ethical, right? And huh? All, yeah, I mean, yes, we are talking about higher education, so students come, but all human beings should be ethical. And, unfortunately, the advent of Gen AI has brought into all these conversations where we are talking about cheating, plagiarizing, and all that stuff. So as Dr. Sagar said that, they should be taught how to use AI right from class 7 or class 8 or whatever, class 6. But unfortunately, students who are currently in the colleges, they didn't have the privilege of being taught right from the childhood, right? So if the end objective of all higher education institutes are to create productive citizens of the society, so if they have suddenly been bombarded currently and they have not had a history of this, how to handle it, are we as educators, as policymakers, trying to teach the students how to use the AI ethically, responsibly, and that's what I want your answers from, please. Dr. Janandar.
Whenever a new technology comes in, good institutions do adopt it, and not only adopt it, but they also ensure that sufficient training is given to the teachers. So teachers in turn, go to the classroom and try to educate and tell the current crop of the students on what technologies have come and how to use it. Now, this is one part at the higher level, what you mentioned. Now, there are instances where schools have started adopting, and first time I thought it was a little weird. Kindergarten children being exposed, class 1 students being exposed to lessons in AI. So this was probably, I thought it was too fast, things are happening and all. But then if every school starts doing it, and in little by little, if they start doing it, and computer labs, parents expect, teachers are also comfortable, schools are comfortable. So it is becoming a policy. And so AI, etc., is being taught from that lowest level. And 5 years from now, everybody will be AI savvy. So I don't think we should be so apprehensive of a new technology that is coming. Now we use English, which was definitely not our mother tongue. And, our day-to-day existence depends on a foreign language, and it's become part of our life. So also computers came in. Again, we have become computer savvy, and within this, there's a lot of new things coming. We don't know today AI, tomorrow something else will come. We will embrace that also, because the human mind is something which can adopt, and the human mind does not think of the impossible. That's it. Thank you.
So to add something, I am of the opinion that we have forgotten the equity also. Because compared to the students of the Bangalore and again Davangere or Dharwad. So whatever the exposure it has been given to the students that is at the capital city like Bangalore, that is related to use of the technology or AI. So we have to think of that's about the rural areas also. Because BW is organizing the summit like this, that's only in Bangalore. So I am going to suggest the BW, instead of organizing this type of the programs that's only in the Bangalore, you can organize this type of programs that's in different cities of Karnataka also. So when you are taking these kinds of the technology or the AI, when the equity is not there, then again a lot of comparison is going to take place. Say for example, a student completing the BE that is from Hubli or Dharwad, then again he is competing that is with the student who is completing the BE that is at Bangalore. Look at this problem. So the use of technology that is for the BE completed that is at Bangalore is very easy for them. It's a cakewalk. But as far as the rural area students, even in our educational institutions, including the universities, as we are seeing today, the student who is coming from MA or MSc or MCOM, they have not even used the computers, desktop. Forget about the other aspects. So that's how we have to think so seriously. That is about the equity is also equally important. That is in the use of the technology as well as the AI.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question, and thank you, sir, for bringing in the topic of equity, because at the end of the day, it's one thing to give something in the hands of somebody and then keep berating, saying that it's being used incorrectly, right? So instead of that, I think generating awareness of what are the right things, how do you do that, and making it accessible across the whole spectrum. In fact, when you talk about equity, one is the regional equity. The other aspect that I want to highlight is equity even across disciplines as well, right? It's not as if the AI ML is now the is the treasure of computer science or information technology, right? So this is something that is cutting across the entire set of domains. So in fact, we used to conduct specific programs wherein we said that this is an AI ML program for people in non-circuit branches, right? So what are the things that a civil engineer can do to benefit by using AI, mechanical engineering, right? So those are, so that is why when we talk about equity, we have to kind of ensure that the entire spectrum of learners are told how to benefit from these things and what are the right ways of using it. I think that's an excellent point. Thank you.
Sir, I'll come to the original aspect that how the whatever may be less, but whatever is the original amount of knowledge, how that can be protected. And let me appreciate Government of India has done a great job. Today, if I want to file a patent, today, if I want to get something copyrighted, there's a very robust framework that it is validated on novelty. If something has been done, my patent filing will not be approved. All those things are there in place. But again, when we look at the global perspective, I think if I remember correctly, and if my rote learning is still working fine, it was 2021 when UNESCO came up with a regulation on AI. The chat GPT was not even born that time for the public masses uses. And there was a memorandum which was signed by 180 plus countries to use AI ethically, responsibly, and all those things. Apparently in 2024, there was a survey conducted by UNESCO again, which reflected upon that 1% of the countries could not explicitly state that we are AI mature as on date. So that maturity will come with a span of time with multiple failures, multiple setbacks, multiple things being rejected. But as far as protecting the contents is concerned, which are the original content, I think Government of India has done a great job, and there is ample ways to protect the original content in form of copyrights, trademarks, and patents and everything.
To add to the discussion on equity, if you read newspapers, the cybercrime victims are 5 out of 10 IT literate people. Point to think over.
So just to share with you, Professor Tyagaraja, that BW is streaming this live. So anybody across who has access, and it is also on YouTube. So this content would be always available for people to, that is our endeavor. And yes, of course, taking your thought forward, we would try and penetrate deeper into the, sir, yes.
Our discussion was very beautiful and the issue is very serious. See, we started our education system from Gurukula system to here. How we are monitored? We are monitored in a different manner. Last 3-4 decades, education, plagiarism, copying, copyright. Many of the students don't know that what is copyright, first of all. And we don't have the system, I'm telling to Dr. Kumbar also. We don't have a mechanism of the students monitoring and feedback. No teacher will take the feedback of student. whether he's doing AI or conventional writing or his notes or he's delivering goods, we are not monitoring the students in class. Whatever I dictate, whatever I tell, he will take the notes, whether right or wrong, nobody will see. He considers that it is right, whatever is written. Let them check with their efficiency what is written. Now you go for AI and check your answer, what you are written in your book. And that has to be monitored by a teacher. What is the duty of a teacher? Not delivering the lecture 1 hour. And as a professor, I myself has to monitor the student. That's what we have put a classroom of tutorials. What does mean? Tutorial means what? Tutorial, many teachers are leave the holidays. Classrooms are vacant in tutorial class. Tutorial class is for the teacher for 1 week teaching what is taught to the students, as to monitor and counsel the students what he has learned. There is a student, as the Kumbar mentioned, that equity, region-wise. Go to Afzalpur or Aland in Gulbarga district. You don't know, my dear students. The first we have started the Ambedkar School of Economics in Bangalore. We have conducted the CET test. The first ranked student from the Afzalpur. From Afzalpur, first ranked student in CET. Students are more or less the same. A poor student or a rich student or slow learner or a fast learner, that a teacher has to assess why it is become the slow learner. What does it mean, the slow learner? All this plagiarism will start today, even now. There may be science students are here now. I will tell you, even today, this writing of a record, his whole classroom is same. Agree with me? I know because I'm a science professor. I worked for 32 years as a professor in biotechnology. I never seen the change of record in 1 year classroom, that the same record. That means students are not applying and teachers are not monitoring. And you have to counsel. That is the plagiarism. You are copying a record and submitting to a teacher is a plagiarism. And that students doesn't know that. The recording, even our scientific bands are same. Photographs are same, lines are same, words are same. And we need some changes in monitoring all these plagiarisms through AI or through any other mechanism. It needs, my last word is to all my students and teachers, in learning and teaching process, we need the honesty in learning. Honesty in learning. Honesty in teaching. Honesty in writing. But everything will become fine. If honesty is not there, I will commit mistake. As the Professor Janardhan mentioned that out of 10, 5, where it is. Because the illiterate man doesn't know how to commit the mistake. And I am a literate I know how to commit the mistake. I'm committing a mistake by knowing. That should not be happen. That's what my sincere advice, all of you, that you try to be honesty in learning and teaching. If you are teaching, you teach honestly. You learn honestly. If you are not, you don't try to manage in teaching and learning. That's my last word. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And my apologies to Professor Kumbar for.
Just I will add something that is to the Professor Niranjan said, that is regarding plagiarism and the copyright. So since I am the Professor of Library and Information Science, since 1980s, we are teaching to our students that's about the violation of the copyright as well as the plagiarism. So this plagiarism is happening, as you said, you are 100% right. It is the duty of a teacher to take care of whether the article submitted by the student or the assignment submitted by the students or even in the field of the science, as you have said, one man is writing, remaining all students are copying. Because of that, all the books are quite common. Yes, but during 90s, especially after the establishment of the Implement Information Library Network, that is at Ahmedabad, so we are trying our level best. Each and every universities, they have to submit the thesis, the copy of the thesis, that is to the Sodaganga. But even till today, the majority of the universities, they are not submitting. So it is the duty of the university, it is the duty of the teacher, it is the duty of the student to submit the copy. Why they have to submit the copy? Just to avoid the duplication of the research. But even till today, as I am seeing, some of the thesis, if it is from one is the customers caretaking, that's in the Davangere district. The another one is that is from the Ballari district or from the Dharwad district.
So this type of the studies, especially that is in the field of the research, they are not going to helpful. That is especially to our country, because we are talking about the what we speak. That's about the higher education system. It has to improve. We have to provide the quality education to our students. If the, as you said, if both the teacher as well as the students, they are honest. I am of the opinion that even in the society, this word honesty is missing from the society, because it has to come from the parents. The parents, they have to teach that's about the honesty that's in the house, because everything cannot be taught that is in the classrooms. So if that is the case, then we can overcome this plagiarism as well as the copyright violation. Especially copyright violation is too much that's in the India, because the intellectual property rights, they have been started thinking about after 1990s. Even the UNESCO also, it has conducted a survey, but a lot of the violations are going on. That's in the third world countries like India. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mehaji wants to ask a question. Yeah, you can take this.
So to add to what Sir has said and what Dr. Kumbar has said, so I'll give you a very small example about even before AI had come in. It's a matter of intent. So my niece, who was in class 8 in 2010, she very proudly, wrote a 5 or 6 page essay on the causes of 1857, etc., because that was in syllabus. And she decided to come up with her own essay, reasoning out, etc. And the teacher cut out all the 5 pages, saying that this will not get you marks in CBSE exam. So you have to underline those specific keywords. Now, what is the kind of signal that the child is getting about what she should be writing? Because by the 10th grade, you are so trained to write specific language, specific lines, underline specific words and sentences, and that will give you your 100% or 99%. But that child got the message very succinctly in 8th standard that you are not supposed to be writing your own original thought. So just a very brief example.
Yes.
Dr. Niranjan raised a very valid point of common answers from students. Now we know that whenever students are asked to do projects, most of them go to JC Road. I'm talking of Bangalore, and every right, a class 8 fail boy there in one of those stores will ask what project, what subject, what department, and he will give this kind of printouts to you. And the students bring, sometimes they even forget to change the original author's name and put their name. So they get caught. University knows this, government knows it, everybody knows it. Now, can we keep quiet, or can institutions, enlightened institutions, do something about it? We at Danan Sagar University, we thought of a different solution. We brought in the concept of innovation and entrepreneurship on the day that government of Karnataka gave us the license to start a university in Bangalore. We promised parents that your children will study in a good environment, and they will talk of a project that they have conceived and they have worked on, their teachers and outside experts becoming mentors to them. So there was no need for going in search of a project outside. So they do a real project of their own choice, and or from a menu given by the college. Now they work on it. 5 or 6 students or 10 students join hands. They work on one common project. And by the time they come to the last year of their study, they own a company, and which is funded by, again, through Government of India support and through industry support. So I was successful in writing a project to Government of India, got a 10 crore grant. Responding to that, 12 companies established labs in my company, in my campus, without a dollar or a rupee being changing hands. And all of them are multinational companies. 4 crores and 4.5 crores money came from corporates. So we are right now in the process of supporting young people. Dream of your own idea, convert that idea to become a working model, and prove that there is somebody who will buy your product or service, you will be funded. So the seed fund also is coming, and it's happening. It's working very well. So it is, we always know problems, but how do we solve problems? That is where institutions have to work on, and that will bring satisfaction to teachers, parents, community, everybody. Thank you, business world. You gave me an opportunity.
Thank you. So my takeaway from this panel is that ethical dilemmas are all sorted in era of AI or without AI when we live with honesty and integrity. So that is the bottom line. So any questions from, do we have time? Huh? No, all right. Thank you, my panelists. It was an very enlightening session. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for calling.
Absolutely a thought-provoking panel discussion. I think there was something for everybody, all the stakeholders here, whether you were an educator or a student or a business leader. Can we have a big round of applause for the entire panelists and to our moderator? Absolute pleasure, sir. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move to the move to the next session. And it's not the much awaited, it's the much needed. It's the networking lunch. We'll head out for lunch and we'll meet you exactly at 2:30 sharp. It's a little crunch of time, but keeping the schedule in mind, request all to join us back by 2:30. Thank you so much. See you on the other side. They say that the post-lunch session is the most difficult one. I'm sure everybody will agree with it. And whatever has been spoken so far, the entire summit, the first half, we've had AI as the center. And AI is nothing without HI. Do you agree with that? Now, if you ask me what is HI, human intelligence, right? AI is no more the buzzword. It's proven strategies. We pretty much use it on a day-to-day life. But if I say that AI is nothing without HI, would you agree with it? Yes or no? Yes, you need the prompts, you need the trigger, you need to evolve. It can happen only through human intelligence. Do you know human intelligence is on the lowest side exactly at 2:46 p.m.? But by sending the right messages across to your brain cells, we can reactivate it so that you're up and awake and we can consume everything that the speakers have to say in the next panel discussion. So do you know that in a very basic sense, there are two parts of the brains? We know this, right? Left and the right, correct? So the left brain controls your right body action. If I'm able to do this, it's because my left brain is making it happen. If I'm able to do this, it's because my right brain is making me do it. When you trigger both, when you give a command to your brain, to the left and to the right to do an action together, it gets you to the center wherein it helps you activate all of your brain cells. For example, if I request all of you to get your right hand up and give me a wave, say a hi, and now take your left hand and give me a hi. Superb, lovely. Now take your right hand. Good, we've got people, we've got neighbors. Just make sure that you have somebody sitting next to you, at least towards your left or right. It doesn't matter you're in the cluster or at the theater sitting there. Just make sure you have somebody towards your left or right. Superb. Now I want to take your right hand and place it like this towards your neighbor. So I want everybody to look at each other. So you become into a circular format. Yes? This way. Perfect. Ma'am, you can just turn around a little bit so that you become sir's neighbor. Now take your right hand and place it like this, correct? Now take your left hand and place it like this. And for all the classic confusion cases, this is your right. Okay, yeah. Right hand and left hand. So it's basically, it looks like this formation. Perfect. Correct. So your right hand should be very close to his left palm, ma'am. Like it's pointing like this. Everybody have a look at me. Yeah, correct. Not with your same hand. I don't have a partner, so I showed my hand to your neighbor. Perfect, right? So it becomes like a circular motion there. Now you have a command that I'm going to give you. You do two actions. You send two messages to your brain. That is, when I say 3, 2, 1, you catch the finger that's pointing towards you. At the same time, escape from being caught. You're sending two messages to your brain at the same time. That like, it's not like randomly you keep doing this. No, it has to be in a set position. Send the message to your brain like, hey, I have to catch hold of the finger that's pointing towards me. At the same time, I have to escape from being caught. So you're sending two messages, two prompts to your brain cells. You're getting your left and right brain parts to work, to respond. Let's do this, right? So you could just like turn around and do the same thing. It'll be easier for you. Yeah. Now, ready? Now that hope you're done with the demos. Position. Don't touch before. Maintain 2 inches social distancing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Now that you know how it's done, once again, position 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And clap for yourself. Just look at the aura, look at the energy that is generated right here within the hall. It really helps. It's a proven analysis, a proven research. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we segue and we head towards the third panel discussion, rethinking MBA education in the era of digital transformation and global uncertainty. To spearhead this as the moderator, we would like to call back on stage our advisor, BW Retail World. We have Mr. Ved Shukla once again with a huge round of applause. Come on, clap it out loud. Joining him as the first panelist for this round, it's an absolute pleasure and honor to have Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Prasad SN, Director, SDM, IMD in the house. Joining him is Dr. S.K. Prasad, Dean, Srinivas University. A huge round of applause. Come on, keep it coming. Clap, 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 clap. Joining the league, Professor Dr. Tuhin S. Banerjee, Deputy Director, RV Center for Leadership and Executive Education. Also joining the league is Director, NMIMS Bangalore, Dr. Narayani Ramachandran. And also completing the league of this panelist, we have Director at IFIM College, Dr. Sridevi in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, presented you panel discussion number 3. Over to the moderator.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So good to get the energy back after the lunch, and I'm joined with all the doctors here. So it would be a very interesting deep dive session into the changing phase of MBA education. I mean, so I think I would like to start with Dr. S.K. Prasad, where I would request him to share with us the challenges and opportunities in MBA education, given the fact that there's digital transformation and global uncertainties. So, I mean, just to kickstart the
good afternoon to all of you. I thank Business World for inviting me here as one of the panelists. It's an absolute honor. My thoughts on the era of transformation, digital transformation and global uncertainty, and in that, how we need to rethink about MBA education is that first, there are a few ground realities we must accept. That is, our students as digital natives, and we are all digital transients. That is, we are the immigrants. That is, we are old, and our students are digital natives. They are faster in adapting to the digital world and the changing normalities, that is global uncertainty than us. So whether it is a classroom or the research era, the teacher has to be agile, teacher has to be adept in making sure that whatever he or she brings to the class or into the mind should be at least to some part original. Secondly, compared to even say past 5 years, the amount of information which is flowing into all of us, that is the amount of information that keeps flowing to us through our mobile phone or whichever device, whatever you are watching through laptop or whatever, is 100 or 200 times more than whatever we used to get. So anybody who can make use of it will make use of it. The result is all the startups and other developments which are taking place thanks to the digital era and thanks to the global uncertainty. There is an opportunity found out by the youth before anybody else. So the teacher has to pick up the threads and catch up with the youngsters in this uncertain era. So the same textbooks, the same research papers as core materials will not do. And second thing, you see, there are many companies like Amazon. Amazon is the best example. Amazon, SpaceX. These not just broke that barrier which was posed by the blue ocean theory, they also broke all the strategy models, business strategy models. There is not a single business strategy model which can give us what is the business model of Amazon even today, the way they have expanded. So we need to rethink. These are my first few words. I'll express my thoughts as the discussion goes on.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. My next question is to Dr. Narayani. That, we had been discussing AI since morning today. right, in higher education. With this advent of AI and now generative AI, how do you see the education evolving, and what are the challenges and opportunities, as I said?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and pleasant good afternoon to one and all gathered here. AI is the buzzword, and everybody is asking, how do you adopt AI? Start from a housewife, homemaker, to kindergarten children. Everybody is talking about AI. Now, coming to MBA education, I'm sure most of my colleagues on the dais would agree with me. MBA program is a versatile program. Versatile mainly because start from the admission, a dentist can do an MBA, engineering graduate can pursue an MBA, agricultural scientist can pursue an MBA. The admission process itself gives the client to an MBA program that is a versatile program meant for heterogeneous group of people and going to be fed into the business world, which is a business world. Hence, MBA has got all potential. The curriculum has got all potential to adopt whatever is evolving in the world, whatever is the requirement of the world. The curriculum itself, the program itself is versatile, not only in India, across the world. I think most of you will agree with me. Now, coming to AI adoption in MBA curriculum. During that COVID time, everybody was talking about synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, and blending both. Most of us have mastered the art of offering the program through virtual mode. Now, this is being getting enhanced by personal use of AI personalization in terms of feedback, in terms of curriculum, in terms of delivery. So, most of the B schools have not only used AI, at least most of the schools, as far as I know, the one in the top front end, they are not acting as a octopus, I would say ostrich, keeping their head down. I don't want AI. I don't know. Everybody is trying to adopt AI because when we feed the students to the industry wants the students to use AI tools. So what we have trying to do, at least as far as NMIMS Bangalore campus is concerned, and NMIMS University as a whole, we came out with Gen AI policy. What is ethical, what is non-ethical, we started teaching. Second one, we master the students not for generating PPTs and writing assignments or copying their research paper. No, they are learning how to create their chatbot and act as their personal assistant. And they are using it for personalized feedback. They are using for augmented reality and virtual reality life study solutions. They are using it for simulations. This is how I'm sure, both in terms of content, I mean curriculum, the delivery mechanism, the feedback that we provide to the students, we are blending synchronous, asynchronous, and adopting with AI personalization and enhancing the industry. I mean, the student, the entire enriching the curriculum as such, I would say.
Wonderful. Dr. S.K. Prasad, your views on this?
Thank you, Ved Shukla, and all my co-panelists. The topic is really contextual and also contemporary. We should think and rethink about the management education. And fortunately, I am a person who saw management education during the chalk and talk era. Now I'm seeing and I'm gearing up my teams to work in the AI domain. So I could have that opportunity to see the entire spectrum. If we see management education overall, in India particularly, when we look at the management education as such, there is a lot of diversity. That diversity is coming because of different types of institutions offer management education. Like we have central universities, state universities, deemed to be universities, private universities, and we have excellent standalone autonomous institutions. So these different types of institutions, and then as has been pointed out by my colleague here, the entry level challenges, like how each student is getting into MBA. In some cases, in some places, we see that the number of seats happen to be more than the number of aspirants. So sometimes there may be a situation of no choice. But as faculty, we don't have choice again. We have to see that right kind of education is provided to all those people, all those students who come into our orbit, and then see that their skills are enhanced, and then they are made. Another concern generally is the employability that we are hearing from the globally renowned, say, B schools, like where recently some schools were in news, where the placements were referred, like Harvard and all. So when look at that scenario, employability is also one of the important factors, where the curriculum, if it is aligned to the employer requirements, or if we are successful in identifying what they want, then it is a sort of right approach. Here again, I would like to just briefly tell at this point few interventions which we could make enabled us to bring in a lot of change. That is, instead of one project, I introduced 3 projects. I call them mini, micro, mini, and major, with 3 time durations. And I'm also asking students, or allowing students, which is possible in case of, again, in the private university scenario, we have little more what's called autonomy, where we could structure the program in such a way that I'm giving them, particularly it's happening in our new campus here, which of course it is in a beta version stage. So where we are trying to send the students for longer period for projects and all. So these are the things which are making, and then using technology is one thing. And my slogan is something like in class, on the job, online. So I'm telling my students, you have to spend 2/3 of your time on the job and online. And we are also asking our faculty to divide the syllabus into 3 parts, which is a self-learning, like I told, the green, orange, and red like thing. So you earmark what is that, that could be self-learned. Orange is group learning, and red is the one where a lot of importance is there, the faculty-driven program. So and I stop at this because the topic is such that we can speak hours together. One session is not sufficient for us. I think all agree for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking the cue from Colonel Prasad's statement that we are, digital stone age, from the digital stone age, digital immigrants, and now these guys who are coming and doing MBA, they are digital natives. So, Professor Banerjee, what do you think of this, and how we have to tackle this?
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon. I think I will also talk about, because I look at executive education, executive MBA is what we run. Now, the challenges there compared to the regular MBA is these are students or participants who are working all from Monday to Friday, and they come on Saturdays and Sundays to do it. I think compared to, let's say, 5 years back when we didn't have so much of digitization, it used to be quite difficult for us to ensure, because work pressure will come, student is not able to complete it. So when there are online courses, classes happening, we record it. If someone has missed, can actually come and see that, a good way of learning. Even in our offline classes, there is a facility of recording, and if anyone wants to listen to the recording, and they have missed it for some reason, we're able to take care of it. We also try to complement it with saying that minimum number of hours, which let's say is required, is 30 hours for a session. But we have also made them given the opportunity to take online courses, for example, from Coursera, where they not only get a certification, but they can learn on their own pace. I think this was not available before the digitization happened. And this is something which is very, very positive, and people are able to, someone for example, I have two daughters, both of them, one is into BBA, another is doing her MBA. Now, one person is very bad at maths, another person loves maths. Now, both of them do very, very differently. So here we are able to take care of it because we are able to customize. Normally, we are not able to do that when we are looking at a class of 50 or 60 students, which is there. I think it has really helped in a very, very good way. The digitization has come in, and it has really, according to me, improved what kind of education we are able to impart to the students.
Thank you. Coming to Dr. Sridevi, MBA education is all about management, right? So earlier the education was, I'm sorry to ask this very abstract question, but it was all about managing humans. And now with all the AI tools and platforms, I think the students also have to manage the machines. So, how do you see this evolving?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Business World, for having me here. Thanks for the opportunity. So, basically, I'm a professor. I've been teaching finance for almost 25 years, more than that. So, a couple of years ago, let me start, and I see quite a lot of students here, so I would like to share with you my experience, the initial shock that I had. So, as faculty, we have our favorite problems, numericals, and favorite case studies as well. I realized little later that the world before November 2022 is different from the world after November 2022. That is the ChatGPT, the birth of ChatGPT. So what exactly happened is a year and a half ago when I was in a class and we were working on certain things, I suddenly saw a student who never used to answer much, started answering everything with complete accuracy. And I was like super happy. I thought probably I've taught better. And then the second time it happened, I couldn't resist and I just went and said, hey, I'm very happy for you, but what is it that changed today? He was very honest and I must appreciate. He said, it is my ChatGPT. Whatever you're saying, I'm just putting it here. I had to continue with my class. I came back. Then I realized that data after market data, especially when you deal with it after 2021, if you give it in the class and then, ChatGPT will not be able to give answers to those questions. So I tried to change all my questions, copied data, and I went back because this is an answer to your point as well that faculty should try. So I tried that bit as well. And then there are these favorite case studies like some case study from Harvard, which is on valuation. I never knew until I experienced that ChatGPT gives answers to your Harvard cases and the entire thing comes. Now, then again, it was like, it took a week for me because you just have to completely change your entire teaching plan and it gives the entire answers. Now, there is a purpose why we do what we do. We want our students to learn the entire process, go through that, think like a analyst or think like an investment manager, evaluate everything, and then apply those frameworks and valuation and arrive at a number and then say that. But ChatGPT gives and students submit it. Now, that was a shock again. We had to say, now, how do we react as humans? I'm sure students have a beautiful shortcut. Then I tried and tested something. Then somebody, again, it was a hint given by student. Don't use GPT, PDF. You have to use that because it's a PDF document, this platform. Yeah, students learn it faster than faculty. It happens, we need to accept that. Now, do we want them to use and continue like this? Because the learning which is actually planned by using these interventions is missing. It comes with a click of a mouse or uploading a particular document. So we as administrators and as faculty need to work on 2 or 3 aspects in this entire scenario. One, we relook at our entire teaching plan and the kind of case studies or the kind of worksheets that we actually use, we need to relook at it. The second one, we cannot stop them from using it. They let them use it. But what we as faculty need to rework on, and assess their learning. I'm also trying to invite guests from the industry and where the guests tell them that, using ChatGPT is not okay in their organizations. It is not allowed. I'm bringing these people from outside because whatever they're doing here for a year and a half is absolutely not okay in organizations because organizations are building their own platforms. So this is something that I'm working on. We're also hiring young tech faculty. We are in the process. And initially when digital transformation, I mean, during COVID, if I take a step back, the day lockdown was announced, we could immediately shift to the online platform the very next day because we have invested heavily into that technology and we took pride in that. There was absolutely no chaos and nothing. But here, this is something that is truly disturbing. In a positive way as well, we need to accept the fact that students have access. It is easy, it gives it. So it is, we will have to coexist. We cannot stop students from using. Of course, faculty do not have all the answers. Somebody who goes to the class and addresses, I mean, we have to coexist and rework on this. Okay, you use it, but what is your opinion? What are the areas where your chat GPT can be biased? What are those areas where it is not? And what are the other AI tools? Okay, chat GPT being one, but what are the other AI tools, agentic AIs? What are the use cases? What are those profiles where we have jobs which are into automation and where it is going to be augmented? You know, that discussion on use cases across is something, again, we as faculty need to have conversations with students. Now, can we completely change the entire curriculum and bring it? It'll take some time. We are in the process. We have to identify. And that's going to be a little challenging. And I can just go on. I'll pause it for now. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. The fundamentals of business always remains the same. You know, my dad told me that business is buying something in 1 rupee and selling in 2 rupees. That's it. Or creating services in 1 rupee and selling it for 2 rupees. So fundamentals of business doesn't change, but with the speed of digital disruptions, you know, how does MBA curriculum manage the two? That, keeping the fundamentals, teaching the fundamentals to the student also and making him abreast with the all these digital transformations.
First, I'd like to make 2 points which cover whatever you are asking. First, what we are doing at SDMIMD. One is SDMIMD is a very small B school. Our total number of full-time faculty is around 22. And we often meet. That means there is huge opportunity for exchange of ideas, and we can decide in 5 minutes, and all of us can meet in our meeting hall, and we can exchange views, and it's a very democratic process. So what we did was that how to manage this Gen AI. Then finally, what we did, we collaborated with a local Mysore software company run by a family, and we consciously had decided that what we need to do with AI. That one is, there is no question of that AI being allowed to replace a human teacher, not a chance. Only it has to allow enrichment of the thoughts of that human teacher as an augmentation or an aid and not otherwise. So this tool, right now, what it does, it's evolving. It's evolving. That is, the last one entire year, we ran a pilot program in January 2024. And then after pilot program in 24-25 academic year, we introduced. Every class is recorded. And transcript is given in the transcript is made, that tool itself makes into notes and summary, and all the students get the class summary. So every student has got a login ID and password. What it does is that notes and summary are augmented by the Gen AI keywords wherever it is missing, so that students understand better. Otherwise, the transcript itself is 100% what is spoken in the class, either by students or faculty. So it catches everything, very powerful. We had to spend a lot on our audio and other things. Now it is evolving to catch up whatever is there in Excel sheets and in videos also shown. That's one part. Second one is at the end of the class, the teacher can immediately administer a class test, both descriptive as well as MCQ. And the MCQ questions can be made by that GenAI tool. Let's call it Academy tool. GenAI tool at 5 levels of difficulty. And the best part of this entire tool is that evaluation parameters can be set by the teacher. Like, for example, those questions formed will be evaluating critical thinking in their answers, leadership in their answers, business knowledge in their answers, originality. All these things can be set up. So we have introduced some 10 parameters. It will be evaluated. And finally, the student also at the end of the module, now subjects have been divided into modules. At the end of the module, student can even see in what kind of subjects, whether it is humanities or whether it is subjects involving mathematics and all that, in which kind of subjects the students tends to score higher, individual student. All 240 get individual reports if they want, that what they need to improve upon, and all this is given. And second thing, now the evolving version of the same thing, which we are the early adopters, we are giving it the feedback. We are giving feedback to that software, AI, and it is evolving, in which now after listening to the entire class, after recording, that AI suggests to the teacher what research papers to look for related to the same content, and what kind of similar content is available in the form of videos or any talks or blogs or something like that, so that in the next class, the teacher can cover that. And as far as my example, I teach business strategic management. There are 3 sections, entire batch, it's a capstone course. Entire 3 sections are taught. And in these 3 sections, I have never ever used any textbook examples, because textbooks are at least 7 years old and they don't hold. So I use my own examples. 3 examples given in a single session. For section A, section B, and section C are different. Total 9 examples. And we make sure through our staff that the students have access to the session notes of all the 3 sections, so they can have access to all the 9 examples. So like this, we are using AI. Now we are in the process of making a GenAI usage policy, where we will be introducing an element where we give a passage from GenAI. Students have to think of the prompt to be given, and that will be evaluated. So lastly, the ultimate aim, where will it go? Because this software is going to evolve very fast. The more we give feedback, the more we ask it to do something. It's like wearing an exoskeleton. You can go on increasing the power, you can go on increasing the power of your engine. And in fact, I'd like to drive analogy. If we have time, I'll tell what they did in the India's our anti-drone field, which the Army and Air Force and Navy created this time. What they did, it is somewhat similar to that. We want to create SDM-IMD specific Gen AI, which has got all the keywords of all the classes. We want to grow our own environment, AI environment.
No, wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, sir, please. Please.
We started our journey with AI recently. And last month, we were looking at one important department in the university, where that is admissions and marketing. So we are tuning up with the AI support to run that department. Next in line is the evaluation part. Evaluation means the results analysis, and then grading the students in such a way that there would be a personalized learning process that will come into picture. So because each student is an individual student, his or her needs may be different. Right now, we are going in a mass education mode. So our next priority is how to personalize education with the help of AI. And these are the two immediate priorities in the next 3 to 6 months. And then morning only we were discussing, we want to have set up a department of AI separately to cater to the all other departments in university. And later in 3 years time, it should be upgraded into a center of excellence. So we are also looking at partnering with some people. In fact, in management education also, since the contest has come, I strongly believe in partnering. What we miss in most of the B schools is that partnership mode. I was telling on a lighter vein somewhere, you cannot have any partnership give sustainable results unless there is a partnership deed. That is missing between industry and academia. So maybe we are looking at, for AI interventions also, we are looking at right corporate partners. We want to invest in that. And then we want to grow with the industry or make our, say, students also get right inputs in every intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. You would like to take this? Yeah.
Line with what professors were saying, NMIMS University, I would like to announce it saying that MBA admission, all of you know that after writing the exam, there will be a filtration. Then there is a process of personal interviews and group discussions. This time, we have successfully introduced for 62,000 students personalized questions for personal interview. Actually, it is a very, very successful move, mainly because we went back to the users and the candidates who have been interviewed. More than 30% of the candidates came back and said it was an excellent experience. So, Gen AI started adoption by management institutions at a very, very fast pace, as I was saying. And not only in that, not only the time of admission, but during the time of curriculum delivery also, most of the B schools have partnered with the right AI partners, and we have gamified the learning. Because the generation which is coming here, they don't want to listen to lectures not more than 7 minutes. So we have gamified the learning. So as Sir was saying, they're getting a personalized feedback, personalized quizzes. So they can move their career journey or the learning journey becomes much more interesting for them with Gen AI. This is the point I would like to add.
Wonderful. You'd like to add anything, Dr. Sridevi?
So we at IFIM and the entire group, we have hired young talent who are trained, who are experts in this, so that the entire group can use these resources. And this year, we're also launching our BCAI program so that there's some kind of, progress in terms of knowledge creation. And we have a corporate, strong placement team with good corporate connects. And we have identified a few companies which are going to help us in terms of validating our curriculum, not just the tech part of it. In fact, the changes that we need to bring in into our finance, our digital marketing. I mean, we are offering these courses like digital marketing, tools, workshop on tools, but we would like to relook because certain modules need to be introduced in some of the courses. Again, being a teacher, I mean, let me just take a couple of examples. Suppose say in the area of corporate finance, if we talk about it, we do not talk about soft assets. We still talk about expected returns, risk, and historical models and forecasting. We are not considering first mover advantage in business. Companies like Uber get paid by the AIs. The incentive computation happens like that. So what changes do we need to bring into HR courses? What changes do we bring into, our marketing, entire marketing area? How are they going to co-work with management information systems and create some new modules? I mean, we are working on this. We do not have all the answers yet, and it's an ongoing process. That's where we are.
Very interesting. So, coming to the industry academia, now I think in the morning there was this talk about half knowledge, that whatever knowledge today we have is, redundant in 5 months. So earlier it was 15 months. So, now because industry is moving fast, right? Would you have any idea or thought about getting the industry guys to work on the curriculum? So
take a lead in here. I'm sure every business school agree with me. Their board of studies consist of not only academician. Each and every business school I know, they do have industry partners. Now, earlier they used to be a board of studies members. Now, most of the business schools, including NMIMS, they co-create curriculum now. It is not giving their expert opinion walkout. They are co-creating the curriculum. What is the difference, you might ask? During board of studies, they come and give an opinion about it and will adopt it. That was the olden days. Now, for managing consulting course at NMIMS Bangalore, we have EY partner with this, and EY only will be handling the course. It is not one person from EY I'm recruiting. It is EY is my partner in offering the managing consulting course. KPMG is doing it. Same way, NVIDIA would like to partnership with some engineering colleges. So this is how the now industry takes up lot of responsibility. It's not enough, but still they take lot of responsibility in creating the curriculum, pedagogy. They shoulder the responsibility. The ownership by the industry is going up mainly because they want the skilled resources who are industry ready. And academia is also opening up and flexible. And one of the important factor that is helping academia is their own alumni. They feel the responsibility, so they are coming back and helping academia. Academia is also opening up the, reducing the flexibility. Improving the flexibility and reducing the rigidity. This is the trend I'm observing. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, please, please.
So just want to add, would like to add what Narayani said. We at IFM, we are launching, in fact, the pilot is already done. We are launching a program along with KPMG, a professional undergrad program in the area of finance and accounting, where we co-curated and it will be co-delivered. That's one. In terms of digital marketing, we are again partnering with IIDE from Mumbai. So what I'm trying to say is it's no longer that we decide and then offer, or the university decides and offer. We have professional bodies, but at the same time, let me also be honest here. The pace at which industry is changing is also at a rapid speed, right? Now, is it that the academic models come first and followed by industry? Probably here, it is the industry and we are following them. So, and this is also industry specific, right? So we are in the process of learning. We do not have all the answers yet, but we are aware that the conventional roles in finance, HR, and marketing are going to definitely change. And we we cannot take a lot of time in terms of, curating and delivering the content, and we need to really make it fast. Yeah.
Yeah, Professor Banerjee, you would like to share any thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you. As I think sir really pointed out, I think one of the first thing is when you're looking at MBA curriculum, the foundation has to be there. So every course which we try to have has a combination of both. The fundamentals are very, very clear. And then looking at what tools can be really used. Just to give an example, again, coming from the finance area, once we teach them, for example, technical analysis, which is one of the techniques of valuation, what they have to do is also use it to create algorithmic trading and try to use that. So that's one part in a classroom scenario. The second, what we have done is we have tied up with, again, industry body like NSC, where what we do is we are getting actual individuals' portfolio and then trying to deal with it. We are not dealing with the money because we can't really do that, but actually you are figuring out what is the risk appetite of the individual, figuring out what is the goal of the individual, then trying to create a portfolio, trying to find optimal portfolio. So what happens is the student not only knows how to use the advanced tool, but also sees in a real life scenario how they can go about applying it.
Wonderful. Want to add something, sir? Yeah.
In this regard, we are launching two unique programs at master's level and bachelor's level, which we call industry integrated education programs. One is industry integrated MBA. I'll just tell the brief features of that, where in this program, we are having one-to-one dialogue with specific companies where we could develop some rapport. So the course, as has been pointed out, co-creation of the course, and also one step above that, I'm asking them to invest in the program. And I would give the physical infrastructure. Going to give what I call a co-working space like thing. Now I am going to create around 40 seats capacity, because we are also located in a good place like Kormangla, which is well connected. So this industry integrated program works like this. You pick up the students. I'm not worried about numbers also. I'm happy with 20, 25 students. Either they could be your own employees also, but you give them holiday or whatever it is, you make them join this. Or you tell me what type of students you are looking for. Then I will source them and then put on board. You select them, then both of us run the program. So it is that's what I was talking. This partnership, I wish that it is a sustainable partnership. So all of us can look at this model. Of course, I'm going to talk little louder once we launch the program. At this stage, it is in ideation stage. Another one, again, we are looking at what we call pre-MBA internship, wherein pick up students again as per the company, what type of interns they want, pass them through an internship before they join MBA also. 3 months I want to allocate for that. And after that, we will give a flexible time like thing. They can work 2 hours or 3 hours. Again, same that co-working space I can expand, or I can hire any other we can do, all of us can do, or bring in a very healthy change of industry institute interaction. And here again, technology plays a very important role. We can use AI and allied technologies to bridge the time gap or the distance. Everything is like mitigated in this process. This is what I am envisioning at this point of view, and maybe I may talk to you in the next summit, a success story or a case study of this intervention. Thank you.
No, I think instead of saying rethinking, we should have named the session as implementing. So because what is coming out is that everybody is implementing the newer needs of the industry. And so very interesting, taking a cue from Colonel Prasad's explanation of how the tool is throwing away. So I'm referring to Colonel Prasad only. So saying that when you mentioned that, the AI tool gives us the leadership, the critical thinking, the other things, we also run HR community. So earlier when HR managers used to interview people and then the resume used to say 10 years, they used to be very happy. And now when they see 10 years, they are saying, oh, something problem with you, right? So, so now the thing is that when the change is so rapid, I mean, certain companies which were not leaders today suddenly come out and become leaders, and they get extended in next 3 years. So the MBA students who are going to join the the work business environment have to keep on moving, right? So they have to have certain skills which are portable, so that those skills can be used in any industry, any organization, any function.
Like interoperable.
Yeah, interoperable. Sorry. So I mean, are you consciously teaching these things now to the students? How are you doing it? How you are using the digital?
Yes, very interesting question. You see, most of the institutions, colleges, what we do, like uh, uh, we divide the MBA into specialization, finance, marketing, and all that. But when you go to the actual workplace, there is no hard line separating all that, because they should be having basic knowledge of everything. Let us put competence on one side and attitude on the other. We need to prepare a student whose learnability is higher, who is coachable, and that coachability we need to create. The student has to keep his or her mind open, ready to absorb everything, because now information is free. Earlier, for information, they used to fight. Now information is free. For that, one key element I feel, this is my personal view, is that whosoever is the teacher or mentor in the class should have workplace experience. If they do not have, their academicians, please send them to an organization for a faculty internship and get them back. See, this is a must. If we do not have faculty who do not know what happens in the field, for example, when I did my mechanical engineering in 1983 to 87, syllabus was already old, Mysore University. Syllabus was already old. I went into the army, and the first thing I learned, that is after that, my 1 year in IMA, Dehradun, I went into the army. First thing I learned was to get under the vehicles and get under the guns and get under the radio sets and start repairing them by hand. So even today, I remember I can dismantle an engine, but that is not there. The gap increased. All the mechanical engineers are theorists. And you tell them that you open up an engine and assemble it back, they can't do. So that part we need to address. You analogize for different things, even for management field. We need to have people who urge them to keep their eyes and ears open, to absorb everything, selectively pick those things which will help them in the future. Simple thing. A person having 5 years experience in the oil industry joins MBA and thinks that my oil industry hell is over and I don't want to learn anything. And he gets selected happy to Infosys. And in Infosys, the client is an oil industry company and his old oil industry knowledge will come to use. That is how it is used. And that is where they need to employ. And teachers, especially role of teacher, getting closer and nearer to the workplace knowledge is very important. And that is a crucial thing which we all need to address in this evolution of MBA.
Add a few points. Rightly said. Most of the students, I just want you to know one important trend. Nowadays, recruitment is not for the degrees. Recruitment is switching towards skills. So, what are the few things most of the management institutions, including us, we are doing it is internship is mandated. It's part of the curriculum. Whether it is a BCom, BBA, BSc Finance, or MBA, internship becomes part and parcel of it. Apart from that, many colleges, they also introduce life projects that insist on experiential learning. So people as not only during the internship period, but during your college education, they learn to do real life areas, case studies, and they go to organizations, and SMEs provide a lot of scope for that. And they do a lot of life projects. Startup culture in Bangalore, make use of it as much as possible to do life projects. Life projects, the difference between life projects and internship is that you do it during your college days. There is no calendar available for you to do the project. So you start scouting for life projects, and most of the good B schools provide this kind of opportunities. You go to companies, source a life projects and start doing it. And so, rightly said, train the trainer is very, very important area for management institutions. That the faculty who are going to impart this knowledge should have a practical knowledge. So nowadays, I'm noticing in most of the B schools, they have a consulting wing. And consulting is an excellent opportunity for the faculty to update, upgrade, and be with the industry, understand what is required for the industry and doing it. For example, NMIMS Bengaluru campus, we have executive education, not for heterogeneous group. ICICI permanently offering their candidates to us. KPMG is giving it to us. CIPLA is giving it to us. So Morgan Stanley is giving it us. So we have programs mandated for them. So the industry connect nowadays, especially in management education, is becoming stronger and stronger. So these are all the few things everybody is trying to do to ensure that the gap is narrowed. I don't say it's matched, but lots to come.
Yeah. Thank you so much. How much time we have?
Very recently, TVS Motors, I took my students, business data analytics students. They are not engineering students. Although I am an engineer and I teach at RV college, whatever. I took the business data analytics students. They are giving 1 week or rather 4-day workshop for the PDA students and MBA students, where these students can go to the workshop for HR, finance, everywhere they can go, they can ask, they can note down the questions. They'll be given training in the morning hours, but they have to be there on the work spot exactly 8 o'clock, like what the workers go and then come out. So 4-day workshop. So anybody interested, any institute, they can take a call. My friend, the DCIC chairperson and the vice president of the TVS Motor, Gojrajan is that. You can get in touch with him and then they will be, proud to the Mysore plant. Same way for Mysore, I spoke, Toyota also is doing that. They are copying that and then.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Do we have time for questions?
We can take questions. We can take a couple of questions.
Yeah. Any questions from the?
Good afternoon. I have two small questions. One to Dr. Ramachandran. In the group discussion, no, my daughter had a MBA admission in the group discussion. The answer comes, there is an answer, there is a methodology. Which one you like it? You select it.
So not the answer. It's a methodology.
Methodology.
It's a methodology because real life situation in a scenario, we usually have more answers. Which is the right answer? The way of thinking the answer matters.
Okay,
It's not the correct answer,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Next, I would like to ask one question to Captain Dr. Prasad. See, in the management,
Yes, sir.
the current focus is finance, marketing,
Yeah.
all these things. But I am a chemical engineer.
Yes.
For a long time, I have seen production methodology that is completely forgotten. And whereas they're focusing on the supply chain, who will manufacture to continue with supply chain? Kindly explain.
You see, sir, you must be knowing that earlier, whatever used to be the production, it used to be seen separate with the logistics and supply chain management. Now it is seen as the beginning of the business is in the mind of the consumer as a demand, and the consumer places the demand and the industry reacts to it and manufactures it. And the business cycle finishes in the mind of the consumer by satisfaction after receiving that product and using it. So in the same way, production also happens. You mentioned that you're a chemical engineer, and that what I could make out is that marketing finance got prominence and manufacturing and production got less prominence. That is because of the market demand. Our manufacturing went down. I'd like to give an example. Just immediately after the Second World War, let us take US, we get US data very well. The US share of manufacturing as part of GDP was around 64% in 1945. It fell to during Clinton's time, Bill Clinton's time in early 90s to 8%. Rest everything services. In India now, services forms a major chunk, maybe about 75% is services. Thanks to our agriculture, thanks to our local production and local consumption. So we are able to survive. Otherwise, manufacturing has to go up, and it is going now. In all colleges, you must have seen that now for operations management and logistics and supply chain management, there are more demand for the seats. Earlier, it was not there. Now it is there. It is all based on market demand. And now production as an entity has become part of this entire operations process, wherein the desire for the product happens in the mind of the consumer, ends with the satisfaction of the consumer. Production is a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The time's up. So thank you, panelists. It was a very insightful.
Yeah. I have a question. Good afternoon. I'm Surjabrat from ICFI Business School, Bangalore. So See, the previous panel that we talked about the ethical dilemma, and now rethinking MBA education, I see a common thread where we are talking about the dilemmas, the challenges, which is coming up because of the digital transformation led by artificial intelligence. And the discussion, has thrown up many aspects, including policy matters, including, how do we take up, for example, Dr. Prasad talked about how they are coming out with another digital response to creating an ecosystem. But I feel that, the entire discourse that we are having across the country, how do we deal with AI? We are missing out another intelligence that is called spiritual intelligence. Because, 1997,
Sir,
Dana
what
Johar,
is the question, sir?
the question is that how do we look into these challenges through embedding, this whole framework called spiritual intelligence as coined by Dana Johar in her book, rewiring the corporate brain, because that is where I feel we are missing out the direction that how do we use technologies, for the right
Understood, sir.
purpose.
Thank you. Anyone of you like to take this question, the spiritual intelligence?
So I just would like to share my thoughts on this. There's always a requirement for higher order kind of requirements, and we cannot ignore empathy, teamwork, collaboration. So the focus on those basic aspects, I'm just talking about at a grassroots level, the focus on those aspects will continue to remain as part of the curriculum, and it's important. It cannot be ignored. But at the same time, the focus here today is, can we ignore, I mean, what are the changes that are happening, and what is it that we are doing? Are we changing according to the needs? Are we at the required pace? And are we also having these conversations with our students who are going to join organizations about the kind of, you cannot talk about what existed few years ago. As I said, 22 before and later. I mean, and then the kind of profiles which are no longer going to be there, right? So my point is, there are these higher order things which will continue to be important, and those conversations must happen, be it any organization. At the same time, yeah, I'm trying to have, a focus on both aspects, not one at the cost of the other.
Very briefly, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
briefly. I'll just add one point. Most of the business management curriculum in different business schools, you notice one thing called personal mastery. It's not only leadership nowadays, personal mastery, emotional intelligence. So I'm sure there are business schools which are acknowledging the spiritual intelligence, not only that, creative intelligence too. So it is coming up. It's there. Wide awareness will come.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, the panelists are here. You can have offline discussions on this. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you for your insights. It was a good session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was a great panelist and panel session only because the moderator was that good enough to ask those insightful questions. Can we have the entire league right here on stage? Thank you once again for all those insights shared. And now we head towards the final discussion. The best part about today is every panel discussion is relevant and every stakeholder right here is so involved and love the questions that's coming in. But we're going to have them stay over for a bit in case if you have any unanswered questions, they'll be happy to help you with that. And now panel discussion number 4, future-proofing engineering education, aligning academia with Industry 5.0 and deep tech innovation. To spearhead this as the moderator, I would like to call back on stage Ms. Meha Mathur, Consultant Editor, BW Education, to join us back on stage as the moderator. And then we have, as the panelist number 1, we have Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director and Senior Professor, Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Can we have a big round of applause? We are getting into the final panel discussion. Let's have a little more power and energy in the house. So here's the deal. I give you a number and you clap according to the number. If I say 2, you clap twice. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Got you. All right. Now, we've got Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director and Senior Professor, Indian Institute of Astrophysics, right here as the panelist number 1. Joining her is the Pro Vice Chancellor from Geetam University. We have Professor KNS Acharya A big shout out and a huge round of applause. Also joining the league, Pro-Chancellor, Alliance University, we have Mr. Abhay G. Chebi. Also join hands, we've got Vice Chancellor from Reva University, Mr. Sanjay R. Chitnas. Some of our panelists could not make it right here today. I hand it over to the moderator to take it forward.
Yes, yeah. So good evening, and this is the last panel. Unfortunately, we do not have two panelists with us, but anyhow, we'll proceed. So this is the panel on engineering and deep tech. I'm not an engineering student, so allow me some of, loopholes in some of the questions. You are experts there. I'll start with Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, uh, Director, Institute of Astrophysics. I've interviewed her on previous occasions too. But ma'am, please provide us insights into what specifically deep tech means and what scope does it open up for industry. And now we are talking about industry 5.0, if you can provide insights.
Yeah, so this panel is regarding technical and technology and what we can do to the education to, the younger generation also to catch up and go to the future in this direction. So I come from the background of astrophysics, but we do, observe the sky. It's basically a pure science. But then astronomy, as you know, is driven by engineering. Because if you don't have big telescopes or space telescopes, space programs, we are not advancing science. So in general, what we see is astrophysics and astronomy has demanded the technology to go to directions which have not otherwise asked. Like for instance, GPS. The directions are given by quasars up in the sky. Second, the cameras you have in the mobile phones, that's driven by requirement of low light sensitivity, etc. And we also have requirements for space programs, which we gives other things of, knowledge about things. So this of taking you to technology which you otherwise don't demand, which require fineness, which require precision, which requires advanced manufacturing. So that is where we are looking at deep tech, where technology, otherwise, there are consumption, you consume technology. Like the previous panel discussion, we were seeing how you adopt AI into your curriculum. Can you drive the AI? You can ask the question, right? Can you make different algorithms which can be much more efficient? Can you drive the next generation AI from your country? Can you drive the next generation of manufacturing within here, efficient manufacturing? Can you have different protocols or different methods? So there you need to have fundamental understanding of maths and physics. It boils down to that. So STEM education is extremely important and solid foundation, which also gives you to make you flexible to adapt to the situations where you need to immediately create certain technology which is required for different purposes. So this is the foundation we need to provide, and manufacturing as well as capability within the country rather than having only an assembly unit. Can you actually create things here? So this is what the deep tech is about. Of course, it requires investment, infrastructure investment, and a lot of R&D investment involved. But unless we start it, we will not be able to drive the technology for the future from the country.
Thank you. Professor Acharya, coming to you, would you say that that kind of academic infrastructure exists in the country, the kind of curriculum changes that are happening? And also, is there good, healthy industry academic exchange to facilitate that kind of deep tech?
So good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. Probably, I odd man out in this forum. I am not a hardcore academician. I came from almost 22 years in the industry. Now, instead of being on the side of a problem, I wanted to be on the side of a solution. So I made a conscious switch from 22 years of industry life, led a very high-tech life, and then moved into academic. So I think I will be able to answer that question from both sides of the world, where what industry is facing, what the academia is facing. I'll just take one more minute to give a little bit of context. Just a few days back, I was addressing about 100 principals from different schools. There, we were actually trying to debate where is the problem. If you see the whole chain of education, everyone is complaining that the input they get is not ready. If you go to higher schools, they say the primary education is a problem. If you go to the pre-university, they say school education is a problem. If you go to a higher education institution, they say pre-university is a problem. If you go to an industry, they say higher education is a problem. Finally, if you go to a customer, they say industry product is a problem. So there is a disconnect across from schools to primary schools to the pre-university to education to product. So somebody needs to put this as a sutradhar. Somebody has to connect all of this. If Muhammad cannot go to the mountain, mountain has to come to the Muhammad. That connectivity, unfortunately, in India, I have not seen many of the people from the industry directly getting embedded into the education system. At least a few of us are trying. Let us hope we'll be able to make some difference. Now, coming to a question on whether the education system is geared up for that kind of a transition or not, I heard from the previous panelist, industry academia collaborations are happening compared to what it was 20 years back. Now, a lot of things are happening. The other day, there was a company, a robotics and AI company approached us saying that I don't get talent in the AI space. I don't get people from the robotics and AI space, etc. I said, you don't get, so what are you doing? So we said, why don't you come and sit inside the university, work with us, develop it, and work within the university. So as we speak, we have now a robotics and AI company within the campus. They have set up their R&D in the campus. They co-design, co-teach with us, and the internship is done in the campus. This is the only way. If you see many of the Western worlds, industries have set up their R&D centers, industries have set up their functional activities within the universities. That is the way they're able to bring up the chain. Right, I'll stop here. I'll come back later on. Thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Subramaniam had mentioned about the kind of manufacturing that is needed. And in the last few years, during some of the visits to various IITs, I've seen how, the kind of work that is happening on 3D manufacturing. Then at IIT Madras, there's this whole incubation and innovation ecosystem. So a lot is happening on various new age disciplines, but I would like to change track here. So, typically with so much of, emphasis on AI, ML, data science, new age disciplines, what future do you see for traditional engineering streams? And, one gets the sense that, some of these are losing popularity among students who are joining, and some of the institutes have also shut down their, offerings in civil, mechanical. Do you think that the need for these disciplines does not exist because one can't, on the face of it, think of engineering without civil or mechanical? Sorry, what do you have to say about that?
Not at all. In fact, it's a wrong notion. What has happened in teaching learning is there's been this phase of interdisciplinary understanding, teaching and learning. Then it went to multidisciplinary. Then today we talk about transdisciplinarity. Specifically asking your questions with respect to, this is a topic on engineering. So I suppose you're referring to circuit branches, mother branches like civil, mechanical, electronics, electrical. There has been a tilt shift in the way in which these core branches have transformed themselves. They have transformed by embedding technology into them. A simple example, computer science, mechanical equals many things. One of it is robotics. You have biology or biotechnology mixing with electronics, and then you have biosensors, bioinformatics. Now, these are fields that are emerging, but there are jobs also plentiful in that. So an amalgamation of core as well as technology gives rise to a domain that is in high demand. Now, to take a step further, what are we as institutes doing? We should adapt. And I think in the title truly says future proofing. This is future proofing. Now, as Doctor said, fundamentals, math, physics, they are fundamentals. You cannot let go of that. Based on that, you build models, etc. Now, if we truly want to transform and have civil engineers who can use artificial intelligence, of course, combined with data science, data analytics, quantum computing to compute the data, you will have an engineer who's well versed with smart city as an example. How do you create a smart city concept given the space, area, and many other constraints and domains? So to answer your question, they are not dying. It is in fact getting adopted. And what is the core ingredient there? It is technology, giving rise to multiple opportunities.
Coming to you, Mr. Chitnis. So what is your thought on that and how to make students interested in these core disciplines? And as Mr. Chebi said, that interdisciplinary approach is the answer. What would you say about that?
Yeah, actually, students are already interested, right? When we give them exams, which are theory exams, or teach them in classroom, that's what actually reduces their interest, right? So why I'm saying they're already interested, as a child also people are curious, right? How things around them are working. If you see this room, everything is engineered here, right? There are very few, except for human beings here, maybe a few insects, I don't know. Everything is engineered, right? And people are curious how it works, right? When there are drones, we have seen movies, right? 3 Idiots, etc. Students get interested to build those things, whether it's drones, robots, those kind of activities, right? And these are all interdisciplinary. Right? Drones requires not only aerospace, it requires, if it is command and control, requires mathematics, computer science, control theory, everything, electronics. So whole idea is that instead of killing their interest, we should help them to build the curiosity, innovation, problem-solving ability, give them facilities and support, whatever is required. They will grow on their own, right? So whenever you see student project exhibitions, right, it's not that somebody has kind of pushed them towards interest. All of them are actually interested and really putting nights outs and a lot of effort there to bring those projects up. Thank you.
Coming to you, sorry. Sure, you may.
See, the core engineering is not going to die. It is going to remain, as sir rightly said, we have to build ships, we have to build airplanes, we have to build cars, we have to build so many infrastructure. I came from L&T background. There was a task which was given to me to hire 500 mechanical engineers, good mechanical engineers in the country. In the country, I'm not talking about a state. We went from college to college to college. They were good students, but they were so disconnected from what is needed by the industry in the mechanical engineering, core mechanical engineering. We were really surprised. So it's not that the jobs are not there. In every sector of core engineering, there are jobs. Take electric vehicle technology, for example, we were looking at about 500 to 600 power electronics engineers. We could not get, even in IITs and NITs, I could not get. So jobs are there. It's only the disconnect of what is needed at that level that is missing piece. And we have unnecessarily, I'm not saying this out of context, but it's real with context. We have invested a lot in training people on computer science, and AI has been extraordinarily educated. And we have created that industry. But the gap is more not in the IT sector, it is more in the core engineering. So if the institutions and industries really need to come together to fill that gap, IT will pick up. They have built up their own education. They lived through the IT sector also. If that gap can be built, then I think enough of jobs are there. Many global capability centers which are setting up here, they are setting up it in core engineering, but they're not getting the talent. That is where the gap is.
Till a few years ago, at least, because based on several visits to engineering colleges and even ITIs, the notion was that, typically engineers after passing out for MBA degree, and the actual function of civil mechanical is done by students who go through ITI education. Would you say that practice still holds today? Yes.
Not quite. A large chunk of, I'll give you a context. I'll give you a story. This was my interaction with a bunch of engineers who have, in fact, who build plants, automated plants for Tata Motors for their assembly line. And their take was, we find a lot of students leaving our organization, and those students are BTech students. But the ones who stay with us are the ones who have done their ITI, who have done their diplomas. Why so? They know hands-on they have a hands-on experience. They stay loyal to it. Their CTC is pretty at a certain cap. Companies can afford it. We have loyalty in them, so on and so forth. But where do you get engineers with core knowledge? Where do you get engineers with knowledge of technology who upgrade themselves? Where do you get individuals, students who become graduates and then employed with higher order skills, such as critical thinking, creativity, and all of those things? They do generally, and I'm not stereotypicizing it, generally come where there is a 4-year full-time engineering degree. And of course, the college and their academics and their interests matter. So yes and no.
Coming to you, Professor Subramaniam. So Professor Chitnis had mentioned about the need for innovation, and you had also mentioned about the facilities and infrastructure that exists for it. But I remember a few months ago where China had introduced its DeepSeek, and there was such a big commotion across the world that more and more users are shifting to that, and there was this whole debate about why is it not happening in India, and then there was this clamor about Indian institutes do not provide that kind of ecosystem infrastructure, right kind of culture for that kind of innovation to flourish. Would you agree? What are your thoughts on that, and how can we really create that kind of conducive ecosystem and infrastructure for innovation of that level?
Yeah, so I will take this question in a broader scale because this is just regarding AI, but we also have other things like, manufacturing techniques or even one space sector. If you look at how do you expand in the space sector, can you make rockets which can lift off heavy loads? So like SpaceX, can you have things like that in India? So where does it happen? Can it happen in academic institutions? Can it happen in research R&D labs, or does it happen in industry? It actually has to happen in industry, but with the ecosystem. Because with the experience, how I'm saying is that India is a partner to building a ambitious project called 30-meter telescope. It's a telescope with a collecting area of 30 meter. So you can imagine the aperture one end to the other end is 30 meter. Now, in general, telescopes have optical surface like glass as a reflecting surface is the primary mirror. Now, can you create a glass which has got a 30-meter diameter? Single glass is not possible. So the technology, actually, it's a disruptive technology. You make segments of mirrors, and then you place them together and align it very high precision so that it acts like a single surface. And that technology, we have it now in the country. So we have been partnered for that project for the last 10 years. And the last 10 years, we have actually got the technology which is actually existing in the US. Only one lab is actually qualified to make these. We have it in the country. We have a production facility where we can actually make segmented mirrors. L&T has qualified to make support systems. They have 492 mirrors of 1.5 meter size. Will make that particular 30-meter diameter. And you have to have 492 support assemblies, which itself is an assembly of many components. Everything is precision make. So that technology we have in the country now, we are making it. Now, this is an ambitious project that cannot be done in an institution like IIA or in even IIT because it's a production line. R&D, this has to be done at an industry. But the industry will have to have infrastructure developed to do it. So there has to be, because that, industry will also have to make some profit or keep the ends meet, right? So you have to have some support from the government to actually involve in it. And there will be always byproducts out of it. So one has to take a step forward and do it. But what actually happened was no industry came forward to set up the segment polishing facility because there was no direct or immediate application available. So we set it up in our campus. So we have absorbed that. Government, the Department of Science and Technology has absorbed that. In the process, we will actually open it for future, things like future programs and companies to use that for certain purposes. So you have to deal with it and have a consortium, emerge out of it and take it forward. Unless and until this happens, you will never have any cutting edge or completely different technology. It may be AI, because then you have to have, huge servers, huge computer setup, everything to be there for your thing to work. And who will foot the bill? It's not easy. And who will even provide the space and infrastructure? That's not possible. So you have to have an ecosystem. Even if you want to have a SpaceX like venture within India, you need to have a huge support, and there has to be, contracts given to that company to certain some assurance that you will be getting some contracts so that you can be on the job for a while, right? Instead of die down kind of a thing. So there has to be a lot of hand holding, there has to be a lot of support and ecosystem developed so that we can emerge. But if you do it, it's an extremely good, important investment, which will take us in pole vault to the next level. But if you don't do it, it's a missed opportunity. But this is the case with all the deep tech or areas you do. And of course, to talk about students who come with work with us to make payloads, because we have 2 space payloads and up in space and further things that we are doing. So when we get students, they're very ambitious. And we know that they can actually run extra mile or 10 miles extra to learn from us. And they're willing to do it. We just need some hand holding. So we need to have more ecosystems where people can take up challenging projects and they can execute it. I'm not saying everybody is up to it, but there is a good number of students who are wanting to do that. But we need to create that ecosystem. Otherwise, we will lose the opportunity of larger number of good students who are in India. So that we need to support.
Thank you. Coming to you, sir, again. Some of the developments in the last few weeks when Trump administration had revoked so many international students' visas, and that has impacted Indian students too, including, students who are very keen to go to US universities for engineering. What signal does it give to Indian academia that we need to strengthen our own campuses, our own infrastructure, so that engineering education within India becomes, attractive enough? What would you have to say for that?
Yeah, so first of all, what Trump does is, in my opinion, is purely political. In my opinion, whatever Trump is doing in US, right, is purely political. It may stay, it may go on, but it's a good opportunity for Indian ecosystem, as Madam told. It's not just academic, but the research, everything. Today, I've heard from a lot of startup founders that this is the time to be in India, irrespective of what opportunities are in US, etc., like that, right? Because our economic whole ecosystem is just waking up, right? You recently saw the demonstration in the recent India Park skirmishes, right? You might have heard of a lot of defense tech, which has come from India, ground, both public sector as well as private sector, right? And they've done marvelous things, right? So that's what is happening in India in all segments, right? It's not just thing. You're using UPI today, right? So in computer science, there is ONDC, Aadhaar. So what we call as India Stack, now it's called as Citizen Stack, which is being used in, I think, 22 different countries. So we should not worry that just because US is not allowing, we are forced to stay here. Actually, India should be the first choice for everybody to work. And that includes studying and taking up professions, taking up research, everything. Thank you.
Thank you. You preempted my next question, which was about the developments of last few days. And defense experts on several channels were actually congratulating the engineering institutes and engineering experts who developed all those technologies which enabled safeguarding countries' interests. Would you say, taking on from there, that the narrative will change now in favor of disciplines that help serve the nation rather than disciplines that help in earning big bucks? Professor Acharya.
No, as I said, the mother branches will never die, right? They are the backbone of the country. They need to be encouraged. As educational institutions and as society, we need to realize that the job sector is or segment is changing. If you look about 20 years back, the engineers, what kind of jobs that they were doing is now being done by technicians, diploma guys. Now, what some of the higher level people are doing, that's now coming to the undergrad students, etc. So the job sector is changing. For example, if you see the title of our presentation is Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0. We are changing from Industry 4.0 to 5.0. What is the fundamental difference? What is the role that the sector can play? Industry 5.0 requires a lot of human intervention. 4.0 is predominantly, we are talking about automation, IoT, AI integration, so on and so forth, keeping the human out of the element. Whereas 5.0 requires a human as part of human-machine interaction and making the intelligent decisions between machine and human. So those, if you have to bring in people, you need people who understand the system, you need people who understand the domain. Without that, the machine itself cannot become 100% intelligent. Now, there is an emerging field, for example, called human factors. If you are going towards an autonomous vehicle, while we are all very proud of level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 of autonomy of vehicle, if the vehicle can drive on its own, there is a time when the vehicle also has to give back autonomy back to the user. Now, machine cannot determine whether the person who is driving is in a safe method or safe state to take over the control back. Now, this is where the human intelligence comes into picture. This is where the domain knowledge comes into picture. This is where mechanical engineering comes into picture. Today's engineers, they are required to be engineers rather than calling themselves as sectoral, civil, mechanical, electrical, etc. So the base will remain, but on top of that, as sir said, we have to be highly becoming interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. That is the only way the world is going to move and sector is going to move.
Mr. Chebi, would you like to also answer my question about, now is the time to be in India, as Professor Mr. Chitnis also said, and my question about, serving the national interests.
Okay. If I remember your question correctly, would the monies go more towards protecting, serving the nation, or in making this, making money as things were before? Correct? Is that? Well, let me put this in an analogy. If if a human being has a serious critical health problem, he has only one problem. If he does not, then he has so many problems to deal with. If a nation goes through something of a cross-border terrorism or attack by another country, the whole country comes to a stop and they just focus on ensuring safety, retaliation. So to answer your question, yes, I think India, as many other nations, because of the change in the geopolitical situations, countries becoming more self-reliant, self-dependent, concerned about tariffs, the buzzword that is continuing to stay, countries will invest in safeguarding their interests, be it for a cyber attack that is in technology, be it on borders, and so on and so forth. But business will still remain. Most of the production and consumption might happen within and within certain favorable countries, but both will go hand in hand. But for sure, there will be a surge in the spend for the country up until a certain time when there is a new normalcy. And to the other question with respect to Trump cutting the funding, I think the universities abroad, Harvard's and the likes of it, are more worried about their endowment being cut as opposed to international students facing certain restrictions. I still see a large surge in number of students going abroad, especially to the US. I don't see there as a challenge. But yes, India as a country, recognizing the large population that it has and the consuming nature of its population, can work a lot on developing educational infrastructure that can help people work with, or at least policies that could help institutes work with industry, and probably, if not fundamental AI as a research topic, but applied AI can be focused on, and which is easier to do because India has mostly been a service nation, and products or core research has always been less. Our spend on R&D is a little more than 0.5% of its GDP. So you can see where Dr. Kalyani is, sorry, Madam is coming from in terms of spend that is required. It doesn't come from government. It doesn't come from industry. It certainly will not come from institutions for not-for-profit. So more impetus has to be given. A thought has to come that we need to focus more on research. So I think I've done all three questions I touched upon a little bit. I hope you don't mind.
So Professor Subramaniam, since he mentioned about the spending on research being very minuscule, you come from that research background and you have devoted your life to research. What is your experience about research being fostered or being, not being given its due importance?
Yeah, so I have been in the research area for the last 35 years. So the support, I mean, as a quantum has increased, definitely, but then GDP also has grown. So the fraction is actually less now. But most difficult part which is faced by most of the research R&D institutions right now is the certain kind of restrictions on how you spend it, etc. So there are a lot of restrictions. So that puts us on the back footing. So like in my case, even if I get the money for a particular project, I would end up spending more time on navigating these rules rather than, innovating on how effectively I do the project. My innovation is more on the navigation through the rules. So if that can be eased, then more time can be invested in utilizing that funds appropriately. So that many R&D institutions are facing. I believe the government is also looking into ease of doing science. But coming to R&D, the major step which the government has taken is the formation of the ANRF by the Department of Science and Technology. That's a huge leap. And we have seen couple of programs being rolled out by PAIR program is one, where you can actually have a hub and the spoke model, where you invest in an institution and that institution handholds certain universities and etc. in the STEM area for specific goals. So that will eventually uplift the ecosystem and the R&D base of the country. So you need to lift the R&D base so that people can have access to labs where you can try doing an R&D. Coming to innovation, without innovation, you can't survive. So curriculum as well as environment has to be conducive to innovation. You should be able to try something out. You should be, just because nobody has gone that path, I'm going to go through that path, then you never will have innovation. In my area, in the space sector also, failure is the norm. Success comes after the failure, and you normally end up learning a lot more in that failure, because then the next step will be a success, and you will also learn a lot of things in that failure. So you have to have that particular provision. You can't say that always you have to succeed. You can't have a failure. So that is not possible in R&D. But the ecosystem has to absorb that. So it's just going in a good direction, and I believe next few years we will have a better ease of doing science and more funding coming in. And also ANRF brings in industry funding also into it, and funding on a the industry academia funding. So these would happen, supposed to strengthen the links and also take the prototyping, which you can do in the R&D to the industry. So TRL levels of all these technology or products can be increased to the up to the market or wherever you want to deploy it. So we hope things will be better in the next few years with more increased funding and all this networking, better networking within the country. And I think it'll be very useful for the next generation, because we have a lot of bright students and they'll be able to take up and take part in all these kind of opportunities which are coming up here.
So before we close, I'll have one question for you, sir. So we have, over the years, at least in the last 15 years, we have read about reports about engineering students and graduates being very, not being too high on EQ, emotional intelligence, and report after report has cited that. And then the COVID period also came, which also impacted mental well-being of students. Uh, what would you say about engineering students as of today?
Yeah, I won't brand everybody in the same bucket, but yes, more or less there is a issue that primarily comes because of these competitive exams which they have to pass. So everybody in the school, they're afraid that no, they have to give JEE, CET, etc. They don't have time to go have sports, travel, talk to their family and friends that much. Of course, they're doing that. And of course, social media also has its own impact, right, in terms of compartmentalizing thing. Once they come to university, they do open up. A lot of clubs, student activities, and so then their real progress starts once they come to higher education institutions, right? But yes, there also we have exams, etc. But they are kind of manageable. Students are very smart to kind of manage those kind of things. Once they get over that fear of getting into some XYZ kind of thing like that, right? So that's the main thing. But having said that, when we are talking about the era of AI, right? So now this kind of technical edge is kind of will have lesser impact because anybody who has access to ChatGPT, where you yourself can derive a complicated mathematical formula or take help of AI to do the same, right? You are at the same level to solve some genuine problems, provide solutions, etc., right? So in that context, EQ is going to become super important, right? So now is the time for education institutions to give that time and space and nurture EQ in the students of all disciplines, not just engineering. And because that's what is going to help them in their future life. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes for questions.
I was still teaching physical process. I was used to 12 months of ISL some time ago. I had come once to your place also. It is all about my Vainu observatory. People should know this. They have done a lot of jobs. Anyways, which we call that BB travel hills, having that 2.3 meter kind of reflector between that, what is the towns, Vellore and Krishnagiri. Yeah, which is also called as Kaulur Observatory. Madam Ji, allowing the observation of southern and northern hemispheres. It's a great, place. Now, what is the speciality of our IAAP in terms of stellar discoveries, the latest one? If you can address that, please.
Yeah, so now that you have mentioned about one observatory, I should also mention about the other observatories. We have an observatory in Kodaikanal, which is actually celebrating 125 years. We just completed 125 years. And it has produced, what you'll ask next question is, okay, you have been running the observatory for 125 years. What did you do? Right? Okay. So what we have done is the observatory was meant to collect, it was established in 1899, collect the solar images, daily image of the sun in various filters. You mean passbands, okay? Now, what do you do with it? It's okay, you collected the data. So what? How am I going to gain with it? The point is we have collected the data for 125 years. And the data is, you can imagine the technological change it has gone through from the 1900 to 2025, because even within a few years, you can see the technology changing. So we used to be done in, images were done in photographic plates, but they were stored well. Even the photograph, if you printed your parents' photograph, if you see, they would have gone fungus. You can't even take it out of the album. It'll get toned. But we have secured it properly. And now after securing, we have digitized and calibrated, and the entire images are available for public. Anybody. It's available from our website to download. And these data has been internationally used. And now you can ask, why 125 years of data? Why do I need so long data, right? The sun is active, as you know. The sun has flares and mass ejections, etc. And now that is a variability of about 11 years, 11-year cycle. Now, if you want to study a few cycles of the sun to see Is sun activity changing in each cycle or the same, right? Then you need multiples of 11 to understand how it varies. So this 100-year plus 125 years data is immensely used. That is one. Second, the Kavlur Observatory was established in 1960s. It was used initially to discover the rings around the Uranus and also some of the satellite atmospheres. And again, it was also used to understand the chemistry of stars, the surface of the stars. Some stars have separate chemistry. Like when you have in the periodic table, some of the elements which you after boron, beryllium, etc. Who makes these elements? Is all made in the stars. Now, how do you know the stars are making it? You need to take the spectroscopy of the stars and get the spectroscopy analyzed. And some stars have abundant in some elements, and we need to figure out what nuclear processes the stars are going through. So this discoveries are coming from there. Later, we have established two field stations in Ladakh. Why in Ladakh? Because it's at the altitude of 4,500 meters, where half the height above the atmosphere is taken so that you have clear skies. It's a dark sky reserve. We are also announced it as a dark sky reserve. And there we have telescopes which are, it's a 2 meter. I think I will cut it short because, and this is a too long an answer. That observatory is mainly used for transients and supernovae and gamma ray bursts, etc. We also have a radio observatory in Gauri Bidanur. Apart from that, we have two space payloads as part of AstroSat and the main coronagraph in Aditya L1. Aditya L1, most of you would have heard about it. The main instrument is made by us to study the sun. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir,
So we will have it. We will take it offline, sir.
Thank you. One more question?
One more question, we end this panel discussion.
I think there's no more questions, so we'll end this. Thank you so much for such an enlightening discussion. Thank you.
I think we can greet them with a big round of applause. The final panel discussion. It's never easy to hold the last one. It's a Herculean task. Thank you so much. We also have a big round of applause to our moderators. Ms. Meha, and also we had earlier Mr. Ved take over the earlier sessions. Once again, thank you to the panelists. Absolute pleasure. With this, we come to the end of the 8th edition of the Higher Education Summit right here. Before we conclude and say tada bye-bye for now, a big round of applause to all our partners, event sponsors, and the biggest round of applause goes to the stakeholders, the educators, the students, and the business leaders who are present right here. A big cheer for all the panelists, our keynote speakers, and to our moderators. Can you have a big round of applause to yourself? Full power-packed panel discussion, a lot of speaker sessions. Believe there was a lot to take and a lot of relevant stuff. With this, it's time to say bye-bye and see you next time. This has been an honor being your host and MC. The name is RJ Amar Prabhu, RJ Amar on LinkedIn. See you on the other side. Cheers and have a good evening. Thank you.